Oops, hold on. Let me just do that. All right. So, before I dive in, just gotta click. Now that I've done that, I can do this. Oh, I'm sure that'd be very good watch at work list content. I mean, that'll get you through an hour and a half of work. I'm not sure if it was the sun that was shining Cricket or if that was a light. Like, I think he had a light next to him because it, like, very brightly got brighter at one point and very darkly got darker at one point. So an ad break is about to run, so I'm going to let that play through before I completely dive into the Dwarf forts. Hey, Twitch chat, and hey, YouTube chat. This is a crowdfunded channel. I do not do any sponsored segments, which means because it's summertime, I don't even make like half of minimum wage on most of my videos right now, apparently. If you would like to help with the Twitch stream, YouTube chat, which I know that YouTube is very YouTube-centric, but it does actually help me. If you happen to have an extra tab and you're not at work or it's blocked or something silly, if you open up that link and just lurk, it does help and does help the stream in all contexts. Also, don't forget to leave a like on the stream because that's the only thing that makes the YouTube machine go burr. And Twitch chat, don't forget to leave a like on the YouTube stream as well if you're feeling cool. The last thing that I'll say is if you have a hat next to your name on Twitch or YouTube, congratulations, you're a hero. You're one of the reasons why I'm able to do this for a living. I wouldn't have this job if people didn't subscribe. So thank you for subscribing. Yeah, I've got about a minute until the ads are done and then we'll dive in. I'm going to try and keep today around 8 hours, but if it ends up being 7.5, it's because I slept for about 4 hours last night. I was up super late trying to make that video that I uploaded today render, and there's still some other things I need to do. I need to get a MP3 version out that's uncut. I like to do an uncut MP3 version, and I need to get that out on the blog tonight. I once had a dwarf die to a turtle. Vakrak. A tortoise specifically. Same thing, fell asleep. And the tortoise just like crushed his head. Which is kind of grim, actually, when you think about it. It's just like, it pushes the head and the head was crushed. It's like, that's gross. It's like death due to tortoise sit. Aside from like food poisoning, like due to eating something that's gone bad, I wonder how many people have died to tortoises in real life. It can't be that many. Like, it can't be that many. They don't seem like they're particularly threatening wild animals. It's like, oh no, it's gonna slowly move towards me and look at me funny. Just getting my notes going for the day. Yuristov, thank you very much for checking out a gift. Seriously, those do help keep the channel funded. Cue the Walking Dead as a turtle attacks in slow motion. That was a pretty good theme song for that show. It was like up there with Game of Thrones for like good theme songs for shows. Severance also has a pretty good intro, actually, and music in general. I don't really have anything to write down so far from the day. I don't know about you guys, but I keep paper notes. It's something I started doing at the beginning of last year, I think? Like at the beginning of 2024? Or maybe it was the end of 2023. You must have missed something wacky yesterday? No, not really. I mean, I'm not sure what we were at when we started, but we were like in the high 900s, and we got quite a few resubs and quite a few primes, but nothing crazy. I mean, there's definitely been some gifts, but yeah, nothing particularly out of the ordinary, Deep Sea Fishing, but it's good to see you. All right, who's ready to dive into SKULLPONDERS? Mind if you gift a mug to chat? It would be the first mug sale. It would actually be the first merch sale in 30 days, I think. Close to. I think the last one was on the 16th of last month. So I haven't had a single merch sale in like almost a month. So why would I mind if you gift a mug to chat? It is maybe the least efficient way to give me money, but I mean, you do you. Mugs are cool. The only reason I say it's the least efficient is because I make like $3 per mug sale or something. It's a little more than that, although it depends on the mug. And it depends on how far it's shipped, because if you're gifting it, then I pay a portion of the shipping, which usually levels it out to about $3 of revenue per mug. Normally it's closer to like 6. But you do you. All right. Most effective way is blog sub. Blog sub or tipping directly, or I know that this might sound counterintuitive, but subscribing through Twitch is the second most. It may actually be more effective, purely because it reminds people that it's an option. Like you could call it like FOMO to a degree, probably, but being subscribed to a channel on Twitch, especially if you're active on Twitch, is actually the best way to support a creator, or YouTube alternatively, because people see people that are subscribed and it makes them want to subscribe. It's a snowball effect, basically. Luke, Luck? Is it Luck or Luke? Thanks for the Prime. Appreciate you. I mean, Primes are actually probably the most effective way because it's money that you've already spent, so. Like, for you, anyway. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, it's something that I hesitate to talk about because it does make me feel like I'm pushing FOMO, and I try very hard to not push FOMO because it makes me feel like shit. Basically, I don't ever want to be a regretted purchase, if that makes sense. Like, I don't want somebody to think back on, like, a tip that they threw at me at one point and go, man, I regret that. So, how is the fort going? Currently, pretty bad population-wise. We've lost about 150 dwarves in the last 3 streams. However, moods are better than they've been in a very long time. And I have a better way of defending the fort than I've had in a very long time. And this is probably the last fort I'll be able to defend like this, most likely, or one of the last forts. Currently, we're cleaning up after a really big siege, but in some ways, it's worse than it's ever been. In some ways, it's better than it's ever been. So let's just run through the dwarves in the fort real quick. We've got Ice Blue, we've got Hippo, we've got Badger Demon, who killed a Badger Demon, Wormshot, who killed a Worm Forgotten Beast. We've got Rydern, we've got RX and Dumb, we got Phantom. Phantom is less upset than Phantom was previously, but Phantom is still upset. RX and Dumb is maybe my best Mark's Dwarf. We've also got a Dwarf in a strange mood, so I'll have to follow up on that. We've got Cricket. We've got Heart Spiders, who killed Hate Spiders, which was a Forgotten Beast. Walker Loco, thanks for being subscribed for 13 months and the YouTube members. Appreciate you. Also in the Twitch chat right now, Cyrelac is giving away a Gortusk artifact mug. If you would like an opportunity to win a Gortusk mug, you have 120 seconds to type !enter on the in the Twitch chat right now. You have 120 seconds. It is not case sensitive. Lazy Man is in the fort. Jeff is in the fort. We've got Owl Terror. We've got the Wolfist Wolf, who's the mayor. We got Cilantro, Woodeye, and Crossbow Iron. We've got Killed with Style, Gut Vile, and Love Monkey. We've got Laya, and we've got Triple A, who's the other vampire. We've got Serena G. We've got Phazon. We've got Arcloid and Tierson. We've got Stormpup Drew. And I think that's everybody. And if you would like to name a dwarf, I'm just going to double check. Okay, I was going to double check that it's available. Which minor would you like? I've got these 4 at the top. We've got, or I can give you one that like isn't officially a minor yet, but has a pickaxe. I guess it depends. Do you want one with a beard or one without a beard? Because I got these 3 at the top, and then I got this one. Also looks like I need to make some more picks. Jay the Eternal. Looks like you have one. Also, GMG Dave. It's good to see you, man. Jay the Eternal. Congratulations. You've won that. You've won that mug. You just got to click that redeem link and then Shorest, okay. And then type in your shipping information. And it should be shipped to you. Congrats, man. I'm also going to just throw in a super chat goal because YouTube's mean like that. All right. This dwarf is going to be Zachris. And Walker Loco, because you became a YouTube member, what would you like to name? Would you like to name something? Would you like to name something? You have like 10 mugs. You only use the 2 you got off the merch store nowadays. That's nice. That's awesome. Honestly, like, this is my favorite mug, and it's just because nostalgia. I've had this mug. Like, this mug has been in my life as long as my life, I think. I'm pretty sure this mug is older than me. So, Zachris can get caught up in internal deliberation when action is necessary. She has a very calm demeanor, and she lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace. She tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and she works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. She takes offered helping gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and she finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She's quite polite, and she likes to keep things practical, without delving too deeply into the abstract. And she doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. She is a friendly individual, and she's conflicted by her nature, since she would ideally prefer more strife in her life. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she is conflicted by this, as she values artwork and its creation. She always scratches her head when she's trying to remember something, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. And doesn't really care about anything anymore. She doesn't respect a society that's settled into harmony without debate and strife. Thank you very much, Clino. Enjoy the lurking, and thanks for the 55th month. Seriously, man. It means a lot. I hope you saw all the links and the whatnots and the posts and the stuffs. She likes stibonite, nickel, squirrel, capuchin leather, masked lovebird tooth, maces, and the words of the Northway. Also, Clino, for the one person who will inevitably complain, the audio version of the interview is gonna get posted tonight. I was just up until fuck o'clock in the morning trying to make the current video version render, so I'll get the audio version done at some point tonight and get it posted for free on my blog. Probably tomorrow or the day after, I don't know. One of the, at some point in the next few days, it'll be on my blog, where people can go download it. Prefers to consume termite. I almost read that as thermite, which means this dwarf's primary favorite food is something that dwarves will only consume while it's literally starving to death, and that just happens to be close by in the vicinity. So this dwarf's favorite food is only consumed when they are literally dying, and there happens to be termites nearby. I like it when it says they prefer to consume spiders, because it's the same thing except with live spiders. She likes nickel, squirrel, capuchin leather, lovebird, maces, and the words of the Northway, and when possible prefers to consume termites and white spotted puffer, pig cheese, and sandpear cider, and peppers, and absolutely hates rats. She's married to Rith, who's a weaponsmith and Mark's dwarf, and is a member of the Copper Coven. Could you be a dwarf? Sure. Would you like a boy dwarf, lady dwarf? Would you like this dwarf's husband? Would you like a task in particular? Walker Loco? Hello, Zandev. Do dwarf personalities affect their chances of having a Fae Strange Moods? I want to say that Fae and Strange Moods is like just completely random. Like, who gets it? It can affect the outcome. Like, their preferences affect what they want to make. So like if it's a weaponsmith, this dwarf would be more likely to make a mace. It can affect what materials they want. Their personalities mostly affect who they get along with and how effective they are at working, and what kind of tasks they like doing. Like a dwarf that constantly gets into arguments is either because that dwarf likes getting into arguments or just like vehemently disagrees with every other dwarf. And that can cause them to have different thoughts. Like this dwarf was delighted remembering watching a performance. So if this dwarf, like, hated, what's it called? Artful speech, they probably would dislike the performance and then have a negative memory associated with the performance because they dislike artful speech, right? Yeah. I could do that. Let's give you a happy lady dwarf. Do you want the queen, Walker Loco? Because that is an option. Unless you want, like, a dwarf that's about to make a weapon. Or, like... Although I might, like, lava the queen. So, I'm, like, undecided on that. I wouldn't say that we're getting it. That is something that they are considering. I'm more, like, freaked out by the new dyes that Tarn's working on, which is happening, or the quote-unquote cage wagons? Like, so this is a name request by Walker Loco in the YouTube chat. She enshrews practical concerns for philosophical discussions, puzzles, riddles, and the world of ideas. I should make you into a scholar, shouldn't I? She is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance, and she is prone to strong feelings of lust. She's very calm demeanor, and she can sometimes act without deliberation. She does not easily fall in love, rarely develops positive feelings, and she is troubled by this because she values romance. She could be considered rude, can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and tends to not reveal personal information. She can handle stress, and she isn't particularly ambitious. She is curious and eager to learn, and she is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She lives a fast-paced life, and she is pleased. She is pleased by her own appearance and talents. She's grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She tends to avoid crowds and stares intently when she's thinking. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of... she personally finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals. She sees the pursuit of good craftsmanship as a total waste and has a great deal of respect for the law. She likes quartzite and billin and yellow glossier, as well as cabinets, scepters, and coins, and peregrine falcon men for their ability to dive through the air. She likes the sound of the tressed lilac and when possible prefers to consume worms. Remember how earlier, chat, I was talking about how dwarves like to eat live insects? This dwarf likes to eat worms. I don't know how I feel about that. Anyway, and radish wine, and absolutely hates snails. She's got emerald eyes, which are slightly wide set. And she does come from human culture. Eating worms seems fishy. This is true. What's her swimming skill like? She is a dabbling swimmer. Not that fishy. I'm actually going to make her into a scholar. Thanks so much for the mug. Just completed the order. You never get this lucky. Well, I mean, I'll tell you this. The odds are pretty good when there's giveaways in the chat. The odds are pretty good. Oh yeah, because wait, did the RimWorld like DLC come out today, Dustin, dude? Because I know that a lot of people have been playing the beta branches for it, and someone was talking about it earlier. Which means I probably should have just taken the week off, if it did. Because I have a feeling nobody's going to watch me for a while. It's July 11th. I should take tomorrow off. Because, like, I'm looking at today's stats already, like, on Twitch, and there's, like, 114 people tuned in, which is a lot. But also, like, 20 to 30% less than normal. And YouTube's about the same as a normal, like, non-big day, but... So currently a lot of dwarves are running around picking up equipment. Today we are going to be banking and hoping for migrants is really where we are at. I also need to move these two statues because they both have teeth stuck in them, which is gonna give dwarves nightmares because they're seeing dead bodies of goblins, even though it's just like some teeth, but it's not great for dwarven health. So a lot of dwarves are picking up gear and equipment and putting stuff away. So that's gonna be the first good chunk of time right now. In the last video I put out, I threw a dig at RimWorld because I said I used the words not liking the direction of a game's development and then showed the price of the RimWorld DLC and then put a Wilhelm scream behind it, which I thought was hilarious. I wasn't ready for like 4 or 5 people to get like legitimately offended at their sunk cost fallacy. Like, I kind of thought people would like go, huh, even if they did spend the money on it. But they're like, what, do you think it should be free? Are you against, like, developers making a living? I'm like, I guess. Genuinely thought that was funny. Like, just the response that got was, like, very funny. Well, I hope that I help get you through your shift. My cart's attack. I think people just get offense, like, take offense at sunk cost fallacy. Like, if you spent money on things, it's easy to be like, why are you criticizing me for spending money on things? It's like the same, like, whenever somebody criticizes cryptocurrency, it's like, well, why would you criticize me for spending money on thing? It's a blah, 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 free market. You know, as people do. Also, if you hear actual minecarts in the background, that's just a front-end loader driving on concrete, and it sounds like hell, and I hate it. Let's follow this strange mood. What's this dwarf working on? Obsidian. Well, very slowly. I'm not saying that it's a bad investment, for clarity's sake, for RimWorld. I think it's expensive. That's like kind of my only real criticism. I think it's expensive. That game's gotten quite pricey. Like, it's no truck simulator, but at the very least, truck simulator, like, heavily discounts your DLCs, so if you're kind of patient, you can just, like, wait, you know, an extra year and... then it's $2 or $6 for the DLC or whatever. I mean, here's the thing I'll say about RimWorld, and I've been saying this for a very long time. RimWorld is a very good game. It's not that much like Dwarf Fortress, though. I've been having this problem a lot recently. My blood sugar's going low. 2 seconds. You guys can follow this dwarf.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Man, this dwarf is moving slowly. Although the frame rate's pretty bad still, too. Also, Terraria is like $10. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's 2 ways that you can make money off of a video game, right? You can hope people buy the base game forever, or you can make I guess there's 3 ways. Or you can make a sequel, or you can, like, update it, or you can charge for updates, right? RimWorld's opted to charge for updates. Terraria just discounts the game and hopes it'll sell forever. Rift Wizard made a sequel. You know, you do you. Yeah, but RimWorld also does some things so drastically different and expands upon them, right? Like, RimWorld's combat is a lot more engaging moment to moment. Like, it tries to be more of a hands-on strategy game in that way, and I think it succeeds there. So. It's also a much more scripted experience, so. Elfio's art, hello. Terraria has probably been getting paid for promoting other games, though. How so? I don't actually follow Terraria that closely. I don't really know what Terraria does. Also, Elfie, it's good to see you. And Ilmirin. And One Sock, Two Sock. And Sanic. I think it's more like they both fulfill a similar vibe, but like in practicality, they're pretty different. It's like, so remember this DF if it was nothing like DF. Yeah. You're having trouble with a beast made out of charcoal. What are your weapons against it? And also, what's its ability? Blah. A force of vile darkness has arrived and is parley seek. Aha! My defensive tunnel is ready. But I guess this means I just need to go down here and forbid all this. Going to set everybody to, I guess it's fights. Gonna jump up to the surface. Just gonna wait for those traders to all be inside. And then I'm gonna lock the fort. I'm also going to go here and just maybe grab some large gems. Because I've got several pretty valuable ones in here. Those vile humans. These are goblins, I think. The Watchful Poison? I think that's a goblin faction. There's just a lot of humans in said faction, yeah. It is a, 'tis a goblin faction, but there's a lot of humans in them. I'm also gonna just jump up here and just make sure all the collect web jobs are clear. You've been told that some of those humans that work forces? Ah. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. But yeah, I don't know. You're just truly tired of it. You get why it exists, though. I want to know what the Ludian team is working on. I'm actually kind of curious about that. Because there is no way in hell the only thing that they are developing is RimWorld. Because of how long that game has been in development. And how long it takes them to put out a DLC for that game. Like, genuinely, there is no way that that is the only thing that they are working on. So I'm actually, like, kind of curious as to, like, what they're funneling all that money into. Because there's no way that they're just paying themselves buttloads of money. Because those DLCs sell better than most video games. So there is actually part of me that's, like, just kind of genuinely curious about, like, what the hell they're working on. Because they have to be working on something. Need to seal this off and drain this layer out. That's something I gotta do today. All right, just at a glance, there's a child out here. Let's wait for this child to get inside. I'm like equal parts stoked and fucking terrified of more magic in Dwarf Fortress, so. Okay, well, that should be accessible. There we go. Someone's going to pull the lever. There, I think I also need to pull the lower lever. Unless I sealed it. I did seal it, okay. Is this... Okay. It's copper bars, drop-off accessible, inaccessible. I would like to know where that drop-off is, because there's something that they're trying to transport that is just inaccessible. That door is shut. Down in here, all this is open. Just need to close this off. And that's sealed, which is good. And I can deny the parlay. There is going to be an ad in a moment, but I will let that run. Yeah, I'm trying to be very cautious about speculation on spells and their capabilities, because you do need to remember that Dwarf Fortress doesn't have direct control. And I don't see spells giving you direct control. I mean, maybe they will, but that would be very surprising to me. So I'm very cautious to amp myself up, I guess. Because that's more how I'm excited for it, Tapioca. Because I don't expect it to give you direct control. I mean, Lua could do a lot of things. I'm talking about the vanilla game. What Lua does is not irrelevant to me, but not the point, I guess. I mean, I have 3,000 hours in RimWorld. Most of that before it released. When RimWorld released was like the beginning of the end for me. Because there was some balance changes that they made for that final release version that I really hated. So I'm in the minority of people who enjoyed RimWorld. I'm gonna pause the game for the ads. Down in the YouTube chat, the missus rescued a pregnant stray cat. Aww. Your Steam Goon budget is Steam Goon budget is hobbled, but you're gonna start grabbing DLC for many moons. Well, I mean, hey, you do you. Yeah, I mean, like, I would be more expectant of spells in Dwarf Fortress to be, like, completely irrelevant half the time. Or, like, do very minor things. Like, I don't know. I'm not really expecting... I don't think there will be outside of adventure mode. In Fortress mode, I don't think there's going to be a cast magic missile here button. You know? I would kind of expect it to be like a wizard makes a cloud appear that makes people dizzy and fall in love, but also really happy. And then faint, so that they're very easy to kill. And you don't know when it happens. And it might happen to your soldiers instead of the enemy. Like, I'm also just going to go take some more dextrose because my blood sugar is still going down. Yeah, I have also a feeling that there's gonna, like, you know, honestly, turning every single enemy into a sheep would also be pretty good. Wizard casts spell. You don't know what it does, but somehow it breaks pathing and makes the frame rate go to 0. I think is also pretty likely. You know? So, like, there is a pretty real world where stuff like that happens. So, yeah, I don't know. It's going to be interesting, but it's not really something that I'm thinking about too much at this point. Like, you know, somebody gets cursed by an evil wizard and then becomes a sheep. But, like, that person also happens to be your queen, and all of your dwarves are trying to complain at somebody in charge. And then they can't do that because the queen can't talk. Like, you know, like, queen gets turned into a frog. And this is a problem because now nobody can talk to the queen. And that wrecks your diplomatic relations with the humans because the diplomat left unhappy. I don't know. At least she isn't cold. At least she isn't cold, though. If she becomes a sheep. Like, that's kind of what I'm expecting out of magic, but you know. She just needs to be she just needs to be kissed to turn her back. But here's the thing. She has no spouse and no family, and she does not love anybody. Like, she's got, like, minimum possible lovability stats. So just, like, will never go near enough to get kissed by anyone. It's just like how people feel about me IRL. Very relatable. Nobody loves her. Her spouse hates... Yeah, no, no, she gets turned into a toad and her spouse hates toads, yes. Am I a frog? No. I don't think I'm Laya. Yeah, or, like, the king gets transformed into an ogre and then everybody just immediately kills him. And then that, causes, like, a cascading effect of... other people becoming the king, and then the king getting turned into a frog, and then or into an ogre, and then everybody killing the king. It's like because it's a ring that you assigned to the king that's cursed, and then the ring, like, can't be unassigned because you don't have your highest ranked noble, and you know, it's a whole pile of beans. It's great. Ring of ogre man, ring of brrr. You know. It's a good time. I'm gonna send one of my Marks Dwarf squads. I was gonna say just to right here, but actually, you know what? I'm not gonna do that. I don't want them to run in and die. There must always be an ogre king. You know, honestly, I thought that we were ogre this goddamn gimmick, but you know, here we are. Cursed items are pretty common, yeah, but usually it's just like, you can't cast spells now. In case of tavern, is there a point in separating it into a meeting zone and a dining hall? Dining hall is where they prioritize eating. Meeting is where they prioritize socializing. Dining hall, if it's there and if it's like a even remotely decent value, they get a specific happy thought for the dining hall. So yes, it is worth doing. I usually just make the whole thing into a dining hall. But yeah, they prioritize eating there. Like dwarves will, when they grab a meal, will either go to the highest value dining hall that they own or highest value dining hall that exists to eat, or they will go to the nearest table. So I would make some dining halls to prioritize dwarves, like, gathering there. I will run adventure mode when I run adventure mode, which is in between forts. So I will do a short adventure mode run after this fortress, which this fortress has been going very long. Why is there... Oh, it's not one of mine. In the past, I've tried to be consistent about... How do I word this? In the past, I've tried to be pretty consistent about, like, running multiple forts and multiple projects. I don't do that these days because I find it's very difficult to keep people up to date on one fort, let alone an adventurer, 2 forts, and multiple worlds. And I don't generally retire forts. It doesn't really work in my playstyle, so. Am I starting a new fortress? I would like to finish this fortress. So, no. I know that, like, everybody hates watching, like, long-term forts because a lot of people tune out when I do longer-term forts, but I like playing long-term forts, so I would like to finish this one. YouTube just asked, so just answering that. Yeah, something like that. Silver over 2 men. You'd like a Marksdorf with a beard named Enter Bunny. I also have a ghost on the map. I was going for one that wasn't pissed. Enter Bunny is impervious to the effects of stress, very easily falls into love, and develops positive feelings. Lacks confidence in his abilities and does not treat others, and does not trust others. He's not readily moved by art and natural beauty, and he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He tries to keep his things orderly, and he doesn't seek out excitement. He doesn't reveal personal information, and he tends to think before acting. He is slow to anger, and he's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. And he is he talks very quietly when he is angry, and he stiffens up when he's surprised. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. That's an invaluable trait. That is a earnable trait. This dwarf became impervious to the effects of stress. He could have had the opposite reaction, though. He personally finds the acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled. It's also like kind of a misnomer. They're never quite impervious to the effects of stress. They're just less affected by it, more or less. Personally finds the acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled. Finds artful speech, believes artful speech and eloquent expression are the highest ideals and has the highest regard for loyalty. Finds blind honesty foolish and dreams of raising a family. Likes mica and bismuth and crystal beryl as well as amber and the color light brown. Bucklers and horses for their strength and mink men for their long bodies, and when possible prefers to consume horse cheese and sweet potato plants. And quinoa beer, and purple amaranth flower, and blackberries, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. You're addicted to starting new forts? You know, I play this game for a living, right? And playing this game for a living is difficult. Like any job, really. Every job has its problems. And when it comes to playing a game like this, I'm constantly torn because there is a portion of the audience that wants long-term mega projects. And then there's a portion of the audience, which is a much more casual audience, which would be very happy if I started a new fort every other stream. And then it's a constant push and pull. I like both. I like starting new forts. It's fun, mostly because a lot more people tune in and I make more money. But I also like doing big mega projects. And this is one of those rare instances where I'm actually into a fort enough that I want to complete this mega project, which is I would like to invade hell. And it's going to take me probably the rest of the month. And I'm going to finish it, damn it, unless the fortress falls unexpectedly. So it's this very difficult push and pull. I can't please everybody. And I really wish that people were more interested in watching bigger projects because I haven't done a 20-plus year fort because I started this in 1070. We're at now in 1093. In literally years because people just stop watching after like 10 years in-game. And there's always like a portion of the audience that are like, when are you going to do another big long fort? And it's like, well, when you decide to watch it. When do I consider a fort finished? When I'm bored. That's when I consider it finished. When I'm ready to move on. When I'm ready to do something else. Is when it's finished. I'm also going to shrink down a bunch of my clothing industry right now. Not get rid of it, just shrink it down. Restless West, thanks for the prime. Appreciate you. I've never had an issue with dying FPS. This fort is a little slow, but it's certainly not dying. I don't know. I've kept forts alive for 100+ years before and not had problems really in the long term with FPS. Things will slow the game down and things will speed the game up. It's just a matter of knowing how to play with it and improve it when it needs to be. So I don't really have that issue. Grundek. Chat, can I get a round of beers for that brand new Prime sub? Please and thank you. I think there is a portion of the audience that just... I think that there's three things when it comes to new forts. Some people just like watching new forts, which is fair. Some people are new to the game and get overwhelmed by not new forts, too. And 3, there are people who will only watch things in order. And the second it's not day 1, they feel that they won't ever catch up and stop watching. And then I think that there are people that just find smaller, newer forts more interesting because it's a more active planning phase instead of like a maintaining phase or like a upkeep phase. I don't know. I like doing long-term forts. I don't get to do them very often, so I'm enjoying this one. But I would like to invade hell and ideally defeat it. You're gonna go on a walk early today? Enjoy your walk. I did a lower body abs workout while the video was rendering last night, so my abs are sore. Well, this goblin's gonna go die. You know, the standard JRPG plotline. Tormentia. Because you don't have time to make one yourself? Yeah, totally. I stated earlier why I don't do that, Bone Doll. So would you like me to restate myself? Or did you hear what I said earlier? I presume you didn't. I'll repeat this once. Please listen. I don't do multiple forts because it's hard enough to keep people up to date on the continuity of one fort. Usually what ends up happening is this is also a business, right? So if I start a new fort on a different world and then play this one 2 days a week and then maybe that other one 2 days a week, twice the people will tune in 2 days a week and then complain the other 2 days a week and then tune out almost immediately when they realize that I'm not playing that new fort. That is mentally demolishing. And every time I've tried to do that, I've just stopped within a couple of streams because I remember, right, yeah, people just tune out the second they realize it's not the younger fort and it's the older fort. And I would rather just have a quieter stream overall than have to have half of my chat go, sorry, I'm not going to watch today, I want to see the other fort. Or just tune out, because that just sucks. It's like mentally destructive to me. So it's not worth it. And the reason I don't do that with adventure mode is I like to be invested in the world that I play adventure mode in, and that's usually the world that I've been playing forts in. So I don't really like doing one shots or just like generate or playing in multiple, like it's just that's also hard to communicate. So no. That's why I don't stream multiple forts concurrently. Also, it's like, you know, it's confusing for people watching VODs and shit. You're just here for the vibes anyway. I mean, that's the biggest win that I can have, mate. Yeah, I mean, that is kind of my one of my biggest faults is that I stream during a lot of people's work time, right? But I don't really have a good alternative to that, I guess? I don't know. For Europe, the schedule is great. I mean, I like my schedule because I get to hit a lot of time zones. People in Australia can usually catch my streams. People in Europe can usually catch my streams. People in Eastern states can catch my streams towards the end. But, like, I don't know. It used to be a bit better because I used to stream for, like, 10 to 12 hours a day. But more recently, for sanity reasons, I've been streaming shorter times, which, you know, is what it is. So... No, totally. I mean, I also realize that I'm second monitor entertainment, right? Like, if you go look at somebody who's first monitor entertainment on Twitch, who's playing a very action-heavy game that requires, like, a lot of focus from the viewer, they'll have half the view count as me and twice the chat. Like, yeah, I haven't done that in a while either. Zandev? You just watch randomly when you have time? Yeah, it's fine. Our whole. It used to be filtered like... The US is about 45% of my audience. Russia used to have like an 8%, and then randomly that vanished for some strange reason, and then the American view count went up, percentage-wise. I think a lot of people have VPNs. So that number's a little bit inflated there. That being said, it's like Canada and then various European countries, and then it's like Canada, UK, Germany kind of flip around. Belgium's usually up there somewhere. France is usually in there somewhere. But yeah, I mean, they jump around a bit, but... Let's just kill this guy. Get him, boys! Why are you doing this? There you are. This dwarf is standing in melee range, or not quite in melee range, and shooting bolts. That dwarf is losing a limb. A foot, actually. Foot and an arm. Well, I mean, can't fix stupid, can we? Seems like most of the siege is in here, so I will pull this lever. Storm Pup's gonna go pull the lever. It's pretty close by. You're surprised that that the US is that high? What time is it in the Eastern Zone right now? I'm like a lunchtime after work Eastern time stream. I'm a at work Pacific time stream, and I am a evening European stream, and I'm way too early in the morning for most people in Australia. What are you waiting on, Dwarf? Skeletons. Arizona, it's 11 a.m. Yeah, same time as here. Arizona's the same time zone as me. Except for, wait, is it Arizona or some other time zone that, like, There's a ghost in there. Is it Arizona or some other time zone that like doesn't do daylight savings? I can't actually remember. I think it's Arizona that doesn't do daylight savings. It's one of the few things that state does right. All right, so all this is done. I'm not sure why there's oh, that's probably that diplomat. Let's grab this. Get this sucker filling. It's probably you. Yep, it's the queen. She's coming to pull this. Big dog is fighting. Oh. Big dog got smacked by a drawbridge, it looks like. And here it goes. Now, we can't pull levers as the players, but we can forbid doors automagically. I have a feeling at some point we won't be able to forbid doors automagically. I have a feeling that's or I've had that feeling that that's one of those unfinished mechanics, of which Dwarf Fortress has several. The 650 HDs, they're about 11 years old. Well, no, 2011 was when I got them, so they're even older than that. So yeah, I don't really know how I feel about my schedule these days. I'm very scared to change it because changing your schedule is a huge risk in this industry. Changing the time from when people are used to seeing you to another time is like, can be wise, but also can be really dumb. I've kind of had the same schedule for the last like 7 years, so I don't, aside from like the days have changed slightly, the time has stayed roughly the same the whole time. So yeah, I don't really know. Yeah, you need a good reason to change it, basically, and I don't really have one. I mean, you can hook a lever up to a door, and lock a door that way, but they can't go from being... They can't then be open and shut and locked manually if you do that. But they're also better locked and can't be toppled by as many things if you attach it to a lever. But I don't know. Doors can also just be, like, broken by a lot of creatures. So, like, you know, like if the goblins bring trolls, they can just break doors. Same with cave dragons. Or ogres. What if a dwarf is on the wrong side of the door then? Yes. That's the issue. Yeah, I don't know. I think frame rate's probably the one of the main reasons that they let us do that. I mean, every now and again I see people lamenting the removal of a feature, which was keep door tightly closed, which would stop which would allow dwarves to go through a door, but not pets or livestock. Which every time a cat would try to go through the door, would like the frame rate would go to 0. It was like one of the highest causes, the most common cause of frame rate death was keeping doors tightly closed, and they removed it from the game for performance reasons. And every now and again, I see people complaining that that feature's gone, and it just blows my mind every time I see it. I'm like, why? We just need cat doors. We need like some sort of like anti-animal door or something. So that was a feature that was in the game for most of the game's existence, Big Bad Games, and didn't work for about 1.5 years after Steam came out. But it's been roughly 1 year now, probably getting close to 1 year, maybe longer now. I don't know. Time has no meaning, but yeah, no, that's been fixed. So, trolls, cave dragons, some asterisk forgotten beasts, and ogres, and some asterisk demons have the ability to break doors down even if they're locked. Same with other furniture and what's it called? Workshops, statues, etc. They're also going to get more easily destroyable soon. So, yeah, back in the day, nobody relied on doors, and I'm going back to that strategy and using drawbridges more again. Okay, let's see. Is that Strange Mood Dwarf going for the bones? Yes. Oh, also rough sapphires. Artifact doors, yeah, because artifacts can't be toppled. I mean, Tarn has also stated that that's going to be enableable, like toggleable in the difficulty settings. So, like, if you don't want siegers to do that, disable. Like, I mean, right now, there's lots of things people don't like that are difficulty related in Dwarfort. Like, do you not like werebeasts? Fucking turn them off. Do you not want to get attacked by forgotten beasts? Fucking turn them off. Like, do you not want to, like, get attacked by untamed wilds? Turn them off. Like, you know, Dwarf Fortress is very malleable with what you can do with its difficulty. I'm not going to talk about magic because magic is too far away. That's going to be world related, so I have no freaking clue, Reswin. That's not what we're working on right now. You'd have to go back and listen to an older interview where he talks more about magic stuff. But I'm presuming that's going to be tied to the world, so if your world just has magic, it's going to have magic. Like, that'll be what he said in the past was, like, that would be a, like, myths world slider. So if you go, like, from mundane all the way to fantastical, so if you go all the way to the far end of fantastical, hypothetically, the world would be unplayable but fun to read about. Whereas if you go all the way to mundane, like, potentially dwarves might not even exist. Like, and just be humans that think dwarves exist. Yeah. With all possible features turned off? That sounds really boring. I did that once to make flying islands, but no, why would you do that? Well, I turned off gravity. I turned off cave-ins once to make flying islands. But why in the world would I do that? Sorry, but I like it when things go wrong. That's fun for me. I mean, currently I have the game set to hard. Do you go out of your way to find things, Reswitten? Because, like, Dwarf Fortress expects the player to seek out stuff. Like, if you're not seeking out stuff, then I could see why you would run into that feeling sometimes. No, everything off, like, you would be entirely peaceful. You would never get attacked by anything, like... I guess I don't really know what you mean by that. No, I haven't. Elfia, I don't really know what you're asking. I'll say that. You're here to hopefully learn enough to not die in your early forts. This is a pretty late game fort, but I'm sure you can pick up some details from here. What are you grabbing? Oh, you're grabbing one of those. Well, that's fun. Shirt is generally required. You know, they actually walked that back. Men don't need to be shirted on Twitch. There was that very brief window where men couldn't be shirtless on Twitch. Turns out beaches kind of got rid of that. My question is just why? Well, not like why couldn't you, but like why would you want to see that for most people? DJ Empirical, hello. I was gonna see you. Hope your stream was good last night. that one? Nope. It's the other one. It's this one. Yes. No, I mean, like, why would I do that more than anything? I mean, like, sure, if you want to make if you want to run a fan service stream, like, you know, live your best life. That's not up to me. But why would you want to see that for the vast majority of people who stream? Like, it's not the point of the content. Who cares? I used to watch this League of Legends streamer named VMan7. He was, like, kind of toxic in his heyday, but, like, I don't know, I liked his taste in music, and he was kind of funny sometimes. And he was famous for shaving his username into his chest hair and streaming shirtless. And then playing really, really, really cheesy builds in League. And then getting banned a bunch of times from the game. But there was a while there where, like, he had to stream with his shirt on, and it was very strange. It's very, very strange. I will delete my Twitch account before I do that, Tormentia. Genuine statement. When chat, like, learns that that's sexual harassment, it'll be a beautiful day. No, I mean, nobody nude at a nude beach is the person you want to see nude. It's not funny, Clockwork. I know I take that way too seriously and direct, but people genuinely get harassed about that shit, and it's like maybe one of the worst parts about the streaming industry at this point is, like, yeah, some people run a fan service stream, some people don't. But asking somebody to take their clothes off mostly and sit in a puddle is, like, not okay. Even as a joke to me. I know you're being facetious, but it stopped being funny about 5 years ago. It was funny 5 years ago, but I don't know. I'm old and jaded, mate. Wait, who beat up the self? One of my astronomers tantrumed and then beat the shit out of the self. I think I'm going to make the queen into the captain of the guard for a wee bit. Because she really likes that. Or, like, really likes the task. Assuming I actually can. I don't know if I can. It might not let me. You know what? Screw it, actually. I'm going to make Gut Vial into the Captain of the Guard, because I need one. Haven't had one for a while. Do I even have an office for the Captain of the Guard? I thought that was the Captain of the Guard's office, but it is now. Which means the Queen no longer has a throne room. I need to make the Queen a new throne room. It's not really a fitting throne room anyway. We have 2 dining halls? Hold on a second. Bedroom. This ain't assigned as anything. Okay, well, this can go away. This can be an office temporarily. Even though she's not super happy with it, it's fine for current. So, I mean, yeah, astronomers get hit hard enough in the head and you'll see all the constellations, right? Throw them into lava or crush them under a drawbridge using a dump zone. Gut Vial. I have several videos on the subject. After watching Orb? What's Orb? Also, Shrek is fighting. Grammy? Why do you keep getting injured? Quit it. Quit it, please. Genuinely amazing show? Okay, fair enough. We've learned yesterday that I don't watch a lot of TV. Or at least I don't consistently watch any TV. Okay, something else I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go into here. Actually, I'm gonna go up here. I'm just gonna turn off this. So I've got another one that's higher up. I only really need the one. And we are back up to like 35, 40 frames when the dwarves are operating. Let's also check on that strange mood. Work secretly, sweet. But this is what I gotta be working on. This is what I've got to be working on. I need to get the roof on this probably like next. That's probably the current thing I gotta finish. So let's do that. How are we doing on jet? Oh, well, great. Am I not making any jet blocks? I want to queue up jet blocks unless... I guess I'm not currently making any jet blocks. Okay. Imagine being so self-centered that you would kill somebody because they say that you are because somebody doesn't reconfirm your personal self-centeredness in regards to the church burning people at the stake. Like, imagine being that self-centered. I don't know if I could. Like, that's like the self-importance complex, man. It's off the frickin' charts. All right, let's do this and this. These two spots. I am using DF hack. I just have all of the overlays turned off. I don't find it particularly useful for the way I play. Or the way I prefer to play, I guess. That's one way to refer to streamer as Witten. Let's get Arcloid arrested or beaten up. Most likely just beaten up. Although, something I am going to do. Let's reassign this as a dungeon. I'd also get rid of the Queen's Tomb up here. I realize this is a Queen's Tomb, but... Or was the Queen's Tomb, and now no longer is, so now she's pissed off at me. Also need to find some gold ore. Get that in mind, because I need gold. So let's just go to, like... Where's that layer that had a bunch of gold in it? swear I just saw a gold ore right there, but no, I didn't. Oh, I see. It was nice, not gold. Silly me. Slayer had a bunch of gold in it. So did this one. Although, I've probably mined through a bunch of it. So let's go to priority 5 and just do this. 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 And this. And this. And this. And this. And I love that tombs actually stay assigned to the person who assigned it when they die now. It's neat. Oh no, like I said, it's like it's a self-importance complex. I know why they did it, Alpha's art. I think it's funny. I was gonna say not that dark. The sun was about the same, I think. Q and Green Tea, hello. It's good to see you. That sounds painful, Dustin Dude in YouTube chat, who says they bounced their head off of several inches of steel multiple times and don't recommend it. I'm not surprised you don't recommend it. That sounds unpleasant. QN Green Tea, thanks for tier 2 at 3 months in advance. Appreciate you. That's very kind. It means a lot. Although I'm not really helping myself by keeping this long-term fort up and running. It's really starting to get to the point where I kind of need to... Yes! Play a younger fort. The weaponsmith has created a full knot hawk. Full knot hawk? Full thunk is what I would call it. A platinum warhammer. And offers it to the enjoyable knowledge. Motherfuckers, we finally did it. We finally got it. We got a platinum warhammer. I kind of want to give it to the queen. But what do these squads have? You know, I think I'm just going to put it on a pedestal for right now. I might use it later. But I'm just going to toss it in with these. Because I'm so not melee focused right now. That, like, I'm barely even using that squad. But that is really cool. Really cool. I might just not stream tomorrow, actually. Why would tomorrow be a good wrap-up day? I haven't completed the fort yet. I'm trying to invade hell. I've still got quite a ways to go. Why in the world would I wrap up tomorrow? But I am actually thinking about just not streaming tomorrow. This is a platinum warhammer. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with platinum and encircled with bands of briolette-cut sapphires and Athoanabzbiz soldier and persimmon wood. This object is adorned with hanging rings of obsidian and menaces with spikes of ruby and obsidian. On the item is an image of dwarves in gray diamond. On the item is an image, the dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of SKULLPONDERS by the curse of knowing of the lean paddles in the early spring of 1070. Your sub renews tomorrow? Well, that's very nice. Looking forward to it. It's actually not the most expensive artifact we have in this fort. I want to say that the... Can't remember if it was something that was thrown over here. Posted it on Discord. I'll just go look it up. Which one was it? I'm trying to remember. Not that room. I posted it in the other room, but what was that artifact that I had that was worth like ridiculous amounts? I think somebody also like just beat me too. Stuck it on Blue Skull, just looking there. Ah, yeah, it was the axe. It was this one. Although my dwarf isn't as good at counting. This is a rusted metal axe, which was worth, when I had a dwarf that was better at counting value, it was 147,500 was the value of it. Which is like bananas. Yeah, I couldn't remember what the name of it was, so I just wanted to go look it up instead of clicking on all of them. I also wanted to see what the actual value was because my broker has since died, so... Also, I forgot to trade. Damn it. Speaking of broker, I forgot to trade. But yeah, I want to say that there was a 48,000 value one. Tomorrow feels kind of like a good day to dig deeper. I don't know. It depends on how I feel at the end of today. I slept like dog shit last night, so. I edited way too late last night is the short version. Okay, so that needs to drop. I think I can go up to here and construct stuff. That's actually a pretty easy spot to work with. And then that'll be the first one that we do. And then the second one that we do is going to be right here. Which I can dig over to from... All right. MVR, most valuable rust. Okay, so these will be the last two here. And so that'll be this section. So we can seal that up. And then I can drain this chunk of lava. And then I can dig around the outside of this easier. But while that's all being done, I could probably start smoothing spots in here, actually. But yeah, I don't know how I feel about tomorrow. We'll see. Highly just depends on how I feel by the end of today. Because at this point, like Twitch tells me what my audience is watching and gives you recommendations on what to stream, which is sometimes like exceptionally fucking random, which is always very funny. But right now it's like vast majority of my audience is just off watching RimWorld right now. So I know where my lane is. I know how this industry works. I've done this for too long. So I used to always get out of the way of games done quick, but that I don't have quite as much overlap with that these days. Hope I get some rest regardless. I'll sleep all right tonight. I'm not too worried about that. It's more just like it's not so much a physical break thing. It's more of like a mental break thing. The interviews do take a lot out of me. I think I've gotten pretty good at doing them now, but at this point, I don't know. It's summertime And I'm like kind of a wake me up when August ends kind of mood. Because it's like any other seasonal work, right? It's harder to do your job when you get paid less for the same amount of work. And I guess I'm in the fortunate position of being able to just take breaks sometimes and just not work. But and then I just feel terrible because then I feel like I'm neglecting the audience that I've built. So I don't know. I'm in a weird spot currently. And I need you guys to distract me so that I talk about literally anything else unless you guys want to hear me ramble about this for the next 5 minutes. So yeah, I don't know. I really desperately want to finish this fort. And if I don't finish this fort, I will be sad. So I'm going to keep at it. What's the point of smoothing? It lets me fortify and it lets me see what's behind the rock. So if there's a evil monster that wants to eat me, I can see it. It's like giving me X-ray vision, basically. So yeah, I don't know. I'm happy that people watch and that folks tune in, but there are elements of every job that is frustrating. I could care less. Yeah, that's basically what I think of the current RimWorld offering. I don't like paying for patches. I don't like that game's business model at all. I didn't like the direction it started to go towards the end of its early access. I liked it during portions of its early access, at certain portions more than others. And never want to play it again. Put it on a pedestal and make it look pretty, or assign it to noble. Those are kind of the two things you can, or you could sell it, I guess. Ah, shit. Nope. Rip. I don't generally look at the material that their arrows are, but I would assume they do, probably. Depends on what they've settled close to, because they use the materials that they are close to. And Jasperl. People who play sandbox games like that for a long time are so cool. Getting far is always impressive to you. You wish the game didn't bore you whenever you try making another fort. Didn't bore you whenever you try making another fort? Oh, so you're one of the rare, you like the late game stuff people. Deep within this strange place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. This is a bright metal short sword. Hot damn! Hot damn. Doing all right, Martin, yourself? MASN64. Thank you very much for the 15th month. Chat, can I please get a round of beers? That 15th month. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes, like, if I could change one thing about my personality, I would make myself less emotional, which would probably make me into a worse person in a lot of ways. Because I do think there are times of the year where it would make me better at my job. But I digress. Platinum Warhammer? Yeah. I'll have to do something with it. Just not sure what yet. I've had plenty of gold ones, and I'm pretty sure I've had platinum ones before too. It's been a while. It's right here that I need to dig out. So if I go up, basically right here. Although let's do that priority 2 so they get to it quick. Rearranging furniture can make a huge difference? Oh, I do that too often. Oh, come on. Thought I already caved in this layer. Why do I keep getting lava? Sheesh. Checked for heat. What devilry is this? Gonna need to cave in this next one. Diagnoser's been found dead. Oopsies. Without cheating, very slowly and carefully, with a lot of preparations. It's not really a matter of like cheating. I've done it without cheating. It's just you have to take your time. Since we're in an ad break right now, I'm just going to go down to here. And I'm going to unforbid everything in here. I'm going to melt down everything in here. I'm going to pull this lever. Get that. Was it this one? I think it's this one. Yes. It's this one. And let's go to here. Go to the melt metal object jobs. Mix all of those. Flood them in there? I mean, very slowly and carefully is usually my response. You rearranged your living room for your apartment for the first time in 2 years, about a month back. Did a lot for you mentally, and you're still surprised. You need to remember, I moved in here in February, so I've like rearranged this apartment like maybe a dozen times since I moved in. Like, you don't understand my power and ability to rearrange furniture. Also, like, I kind of don't want to get complained at by my neighbors, so it's something I should probably not do too much if I can avoid it. I also need to check if they've found any gold. They probably haven't, but not yet. But in regard, like, getting dwarves into hell is generally just kind of a process of, like, do it, for lack of a better term. Isn't this hooked up to a lever somewhere? Guess you're not. All right, let's just nuke this. And then let's go up to you. And nuke that. And I could just connect... I could also just connect these two to a lever, but... let's actually get... yeah, that is the one that we're getting rid of. I think I will connect the two of them to a lever, because that would be pretty easy to do. Just throw a lever in here. Hopefully I don't forget. Because that'll help the frames. Speed the game up. Turning all the lava off. Put money towards it. There you go. That's always a good feeling. Earning something and saving for something, investment or just like as a way to change your living space is very good. Now, when I talk about me being like emotional, I'm entirely talking about like anybody who's driven for Uber or Skip the Dishes or Uber Eats or any delivery service that's like, shit. Man, I can't win. I'm just going to extinguish this dwarf. I realize that's cheating, but like, I need dwarfs to stop dying right now. Just stop dying, please. If you manage to catch on fire again, that's on you, dwarf. There you go. Oh, fuck. I guess I'll just have to dump water into here first. And do this 2 at a time. Anyway, anybody who's had to drive for Uber or one of those other services, will have a pretty good idea of what I mean. This industry like straight up gaslights you if you aren't doing things exactly the way they deem you should. Oh, man, Wormshot was the dwarf that died? Shit. And I'm just very easily manipulated by that. So, like, when things are not going as good as they could be, due to seasonal time shifts or people's schedules or me making a different kind of content because I felt like trying to keep myself creatively interested in what I'm doing or whatever the reason, it kind of wrecks me. So... You mean like the actual... Oh, you mean like physically clearing the space between the bottom of the spire and hell? Start at the top. Say the top is up here. Grab the stair tool and build a stair down. They can build vertically down. So just construct down and in there. But make sure that you have lots of soldiers nearby, because you'll get attacked the second you hit the ground. But yeah, just build. Please don't overflow. If this overflows, I'm going to be upset. It shouldn't, though, because that's a diagonal. Actually, don't do that one. Do this one. I'm surprised how many people don't know that, Small Bean. Like, genuinely, like, I don't know, I do it all the time. So, it's like, it's one of those things that I just kind of don't think about, I guess. In fact, I'm pretty sure I show that off in my building stairs video. I could be wrong, but... The only thing you can't build through is a solid floor. If you are on the layer below. So... If I'm building up and there is a solid floor on this level, I can't build up through that unless I have access to the floor above. I can build down through it. I just can't build up through it. But yeah, they can build vertical stairways up or down. What's happening? I'm cheating is what's happening. Nope. Don't do that. Extinguish. That's what's happening.
Did that dwarf just spontaneously combust?
Yeah, they did. I don't know why, but they did. Also, I've got a weaponsmith who's been missing for a week. Gosh darn it. Dagnabbit! Anyway, that's enough extinguishing for me. Unemployed Shaka, thanks for the 30th month. Welcome back, man. Speaking of Little Tomato, check this out. Give it like another week and I'll have tomatoes. Also, if Nimlark's in the chat, that's a beautiful tomato, mate. Probably not, but... I have various days occasionally where I will put out a couple of fires in a row, but I don't cheat on routine. It is like occasionally I will put out a fire or heal something, but I don't cheat as routine. It's not something that I generally do. It's like, it's usually something for me that I do if I've been playing a fort for a very long time, and I can tell that people are tuning out because I've been playing it for so long. Kind of what I was talking about earlier. And I feel that more delays is going to impact the stream negatively. Is it cheating or providing miracles? I don't know. Single player game, it's possible to cheat in a single player game. What am I going to do with the tomatoes? Eat them? What else do you do with tomatoes? The cherry tomatoes, I'm just going to eat them fresh, probably on salads, maybe on top of pasta as a garnish. They're sweet millions, so they're very sugary, so they're very easy to just eat. I also have Amish paste, which are aroma tomato, which I usually make in either tomato sauce or I can them whole with basil. And I'm also growing Old German and Mortgage Lifter, which I'm not going to get as many of because they're in pots and they need bigger root systems. But those will just probably get eaten on sandwiches and stuff. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, I think fun can be had in short spurts with, like, you know, cheat engine and such, but Zon the Clother has been possessed. Like, I'd be lying if I said I didn't have fun with cheat engine in Grand Theft Auto. Like, I had a fucking great time with cheat engine in Grand Theft Auto. But it's certainly not a great way to play that game, or any of those games, really. I know that they cancel tasks if there's a dwarf standing on it now, including digging, which they used to not. They used to just, like, deconstruct a thing directly underneath the dwarf in front of them's feet and kill them, which was always kind of funny in a dark way, but yeah, I think Minecraft sandbox mode is a pretty good way to remind yourself that. Yeah. All right, let's go here. Throw a block right there. Oopsies, where the fuck am I? This is a messy layer. Which goes all the way to there. So let's also, because I'm going this way, throw a door in here. Because I don't want my dwarves to get stuck in there. And then I'm going to go down to here. Build this, well, yeah, actually, let's do a ramp. Let's do an obsidian ramp with an obsidian wall piece. And then this layer, I'm just going to build walls around. And then this is going to go all the way down to here and then spill into there. And this is where the clother is grabbing an artifact. You want bones as well, which means I'll probably have to butcher something. Let's just queue up a butcher. Butchery? Butcheroo. Another baby elephant. Yes, I feel bad. Not that bad, though. Bad news, you're suffering from blossom end rot in some of your tomatoes. Good news, you've ordered some calcium supplementation in order to fix this. Good luck! I hope you find a quicker than usual fix. I'm just going to grab this dwarf. I'm going to remove that spear. And go where the... Oh, actually, you probably can't use that Warhammer because it's on a pedestal right now, right? Yeah. Let's actually replace this with that platinum spear. You see a ghost? Yeah, there's a few. Well, I need that dwarf to drop it first. You go equip that hammer. And then you will take that spear when it's accessible. Do military dwarves throw tantrums when you take away their named weapons? They've never really done that I remember. People used to say that they would get upset if you sold them. I've never really noticed that, and I don't know if that's ever been true. I mean, maybe it's been true, but not that I've ever experienced. I've also been told that dwarves will tantrum if you destroy their masterworks. They do get a slightly annoyed mood, but like there may have been a point where that was true when dwarves were more sensitive. They've gotten more sensitive in other ways, like about bedrooms and personal ownership of items and stuff, but they don't care so much about like items getting destroyed these days. So maybe there was a point where that was true. I've never really witnessed it though, ever. But there is certainly, like, you know, a reality that that was true at some point. I've just, like I said, I've never seen it myself. Endgame animals get nervous when they hear the mood alert sound. Wait, what? Is this, like, extrapolation, or is that an actual effect? Is it still true that destroying a lot of masterworks set up in an infinite metal generator by making metal screws and having hundreds of masterworks melted will make a dwarf go crazy? Anything can make a dwarf go crazy, and like I just said, they will get annoyed if you destroy a masterwork that they made, and dwarves that value art will get annoyed with art defacement, but will, like, that make dwarves go crazy? Probably not. I mean, could it? It could certainly contribute to it. It's sort of like, you know, dwarves used to, okay, in version 44, dwarves' stress used to like compound in a way where it was pretty hard to play through a fort without most forts ending in a tantrum spiral. Tantrum spirals don't even really happen anymore. Like I've tried. Just watch my haunted like fort. Like that fort was like had a bigger ghost population than dwarf population, and the dwarves were not tantrum spiraling. They really don't get super pissy like they used to about things, at least not that kind of thing. Like they still get distressed by death, separation anxiety, if a loved one dies, or like if they don't get to bury a loved one. They still get upset if like they never get any of their needs filled, like bedrooms, or if they're forced to like sleep in dormitories all the time, or like if temples get denied. Like that, there's a lot of things that have been rebalanced. Like you can absolutely just sit there and melt down and remake and melt down and remake and melt down and remake masterworks. Like my trash disposal literally just dumps used clothing into the trash, and that includes masterworks a lot of the time and nicer clothing that dwarves made. So I'm not constantly getting art defacements, but like I'm getting it frequently enough that like if that was really a going concern, like a constant going concern, I think I would be seeing it all the time. And you don't see that really. Ah, fair enough. I couldn't tell if that was a joke or something that you'd actually seen happen. Uh-oh. Okay, well, if you fall into the lava, you fall into lava. See ya, dwarf. Rip. I didn't see that. Damn these gray floors, man. Honestly, one of the main reasons I would like to see floors, like, retain the colors like they used to, is, I'd be able to spot them before they cave in faster. And the rest are just water and mushrooms sleeping on the floor. You can kind of do that, Robotic Ronald, but everybody needs to have access to at least one noble. Otherwise, you will get dwarves stuck. And they can have meetings through, like, bars and windows and stuff. And fortifications. But, dwarves will get upset, like, if they can't speak with or yell at somebody in charge. Sometimes strange moods can, like, break that segregation. I don't know what that dwarf is up to. Let's see. You were relieved when walking past a waterfall. You spoke with an acquaintance recently. I know you like your bedroom a lot. You are a miner by, like, trade, even though you are a scholar, so you seem rather busy. Just trying to make sure that all these dwarves are equipped with things. Let's jump to you. Ah, you're a miner. Well, I'm just going to boot you out. You're in the Flags of Heather. Yeah, certainly not dead. That much is known. You are the second person to ask me to play, or ask me if I play with DF Hack today, so the count is now up to 2. Yes, I use it. I just have all of the scripts disabled and the overlay turned off because I don't find it particularly necessary for the way I tend to play the game. I don't like the game being overly automated, and I think a lot of the information that it exposes is a bit more than I need. So, no, I don't play with it the way you play with it, probably. I literally put out a fire like 10 minutes ago with it, so. I use it when, like, I need to fix things. I don't use it for gameplay purposes. In the past, I've used it for mods, but... It's for force digging through damp rock. Fair enough, Luck. Yeah. Is it Luke or Luck? Rez Witten. On a bearded weapon or armor smith. I don't have any armor smiths, I don't think. But I do have a shit ton of weaponsmiths, so I can do that once the game's done saving. You know, 1,000-year-old world. Long save times. Yesterday, someone in the YouTube chat mentioned this, but I didn't mention it, which is the, you know, you can, like, uncompress your saves, which makes saving faster. These are uncompressed. I have 47 gigabytes of Dwarf Fortress saves. I realized this the other day. You know, just a couple gigery dues. Gigery bytes. Let me just get a wall constructing. And I don't want to do this wrong. Okay, so. Here's a bearded weaponsmith who's also in the military. He's in one of my Marksworth squads. Rez Witten does everything in his power to avoid excitement and stress, and is naturally trusting of everybody, and very rarely develops negative feelings towards things. He generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He is somewhat uncomfortable with those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He often acts with compassion Has a noticeable lack of perseverance and can handle stress. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of raising a family. Personally, strongly values tranquility and quiet. Sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish and finds romance distasteful and doesn't really see the point of working hard. The Bob, thank you very much for the 19th month. Welcome back. He likes jet and gold. Well, you must love it here. Jet, gold, and red spinel, as well as reindeer, antler, and amber. And giant leopard bone, black bear men for their strength, and the sight of the velvet of meadows, and when possible, prefers to consume parsnip wine and absolutely hates moon snails. And I'm going to go place some slabs. Truly happy in such board. Oh, no, absolutely. Dwarf's ecstatic. Okay, so let's just go up to here. See if everything's been built. You're done, you're done. You're now done. Because all the trapper's been missing for a week. I was waiting for another one of those to show up. How's that strange mood going? Hauling elephant calf bone. Okay. Microcline? Microcline used to be very, very controversial. But seriously, the Bob, thank you very much for the 19th month. How many worlds is that? About 20. Thank you very much for the 19th month. Jack, can I get a... Oh, I guess you kind of did post the amount of beers. Also, ATN, it's good to see you as well. ATN wants you to post beers. Never mind, scratch that. But yeah, microcline used to be very controversial. People used to not like microcline. But people hated microcline because it... People hated microcline because of how bright it was. People found it to be, quote-unquote, searing on the eyes. You prefer your client to be macro? Ah. That's the stuff I keep not seeing. You like it partly because of the brightness? You don't understand. Especially on old CRT monitors. In like 2006 versions of the game, the color was so bright that it was painful to look at if you had an old monitor. And then there was the side effect of it also looking like adamantine and being almost the same color of as adamantine. So people often refer to it as like fool's adamantine. Because it looked identical. So there was just a couple of reasons for it being difficult, like painful to look at, especially on old monitors. And then they added more color palettes to the game, and it got faded a little bit. Bright light can be bad. Well, I mean, that just causes vomiting, but Stray Rat has forgotten her training. Should butcher that. Something evil is emerging for the newly exposed pocket. Where is it? Oh, and it has fireballs. It's a lizard demon. The lizard demon is a very large one-eyed lizard twisted into humanoid form. It appears to be emaciated, and its eyes glow. And it has a singular eye, glows chartreuse. Its slate gray scales are jagged and far apart. Beware, it's fire. And the dwarf dodged it. Well, I'm going to take all of my Marks Dwarves and just station them, like, down here. They should be able to see that. Currently, an ad break is about to come, but I will get them running down here. Some of them are lacking crossbows, but they all go get one. Why are you lacking a crossbow? Why you no have crossbow? What squad are you in? I'd like to have a discussion with your... You're in the help? These ones. I don't know, go equip that or something. Okay, I'm just going to pause the game for a moment. How's Shrek going? I don't think Shrek's dead. Shrek is still in the fortress and is still trained. Is constantly injured, and I keep having to use the effect to heal it. I genuinely don't know what keeps happening to it. It keeps falling. I'm gonna actually just, like, let it go wherever. Maybe it's, like, trying to climb somewhere it can't get to or something. But yeah, it keeps falling, which is kind of a problem. He hit the ground splatting because you can't pasture him. I would like to, but they're not pasture-able. Got sidetracked by a thing and you had to go and clip to find out what was up with that combusting dwarf. He dug the tunnel and decided to walk into that square, and lava filled the square. Ah, well. It's a shame. It's great the fire went out, though. Okay, let's move these dwarves up slightly. See if I can get them to an angle where they can see this creature. They should be able to see it there. Could also tell them to go stand here. Would give them a direct line in, but may also get them fireballed. We'll see. Oh. No, okay. For a second there I thought it was dead. I was like, excuse me? Lizard Demon is shooting bolts, or is shooting fireballs, but I think this dwarf's just blocking them, eh? Okay. That was in it from a previous fight. What keeps happening to your fireballs? Hurls a ball of fire. Hurls a ball of fire. Are you blocking it? I mean, somebody's blocking it. I'm not sure who. But they are filling it up with iron bolts. It's got 2 copper bolts lodged in the wound. 3 now. 1 stuck in the head. Lizard Demon hurls a ball of fire. Let's just move them all up to about here. Not a lot of space to stand here, as you can see. Seems like somebody just... Oh. Did somebody drop their leggings? Okay, now it's dead. Nice. Since they're all here already, I'll just keep them here for a second while we do this. I'll get rid of these bottom squads, maybe. So I would like somebody to come over here and, you know, open that up, maybe? What is that crossbow made out of? It's a goblin cap crossbow? I love the red crossbows. That's great, actually. Pin cushion? Yeah. It didn't explode into flames for no reason? What, the dwarf? Or the beast? I mean, they would have had to catch fire, so that certainly wouldn't have been for no reason, but... Okay, so while that dwarf goes to grab that fortification, I'm going to go over to here. Slap some more of these in. The frame rate has gone up quite a bit as well. We're up to pretty consistently 30 to 45 FPS, which is lovely. I'd like to add. What's with the orange drop shape on the pants? They're made of metal, and I'm trying to melt down metal items to turn them into bolts. So a lot of things have been assigned to melt down, and that dwarf must have been hauling it when I told him to station down there. Yeah, I mean, my population is kind of shit now, so I really need to trade. We just had a bunch of sieges show up at very inopportune times, right when I needed to trade, or right when it was trading times, so... Speaking of trading times, we're back into trading times. The mayor's been reelected. Okay. Let's just pop up to here and see how this is. So I need to go up to here real quick. And then jump up to here. Let's trade a little bit. Because I've just got shit tons of stuff that I don't need. Turns out, look at all these damaged shoes. This especially starts to happen frequently when you, you know, are at siege with a bunch of stuff, because each time it's like, oh, here's like 200 new sets of clothing. I also don't need those bulky liquid cloth shoes either, or anything. They don't really do much for me. Let's just sell them shoes. That'll be plenty. You should try setting alcohol on fire, Vakrak. Alcohol explodes. Like 2 streams before that, we were at like 250. It was like 239, I think, was the highest population this fort had. I'm kind of amazed that the queen survived all the fights that we've gone through. Like, it's been pretty violent, this fortress. It's been fun, though. I mean, not really complaining. Thought alcohol just burns away. Oh no, it can explode. Oh, it can explode. It just has to get really hot. Like really hot. It may also, this is me guessing, but it may also need to be in pots. But I've done it. You can make alcohol explode. It's one of those things where they're like, there really isn't any reason to do it. Because it's not even remotely effective or consistent. Welcome back, Zalvi. Welcome back. Migrants are the only resources this fort needs right now, for sure. We've got the Merchants Guild here, which is the humans traders. And I'm just going to... Just going to import bolts. Oops. Bolts. They want crowns. Okay, well, I won't remember, but thanks for asking. Did they water them, Ice Blue? Exporting wealth trades migrants, but using like video game slurs to refer to elves makes me lose respect for you. So that'll disprove my faction relations with you, personally. Why is there... Oh. Like, why can't that kill it? Because it's semi-wild. Tomatoes and lettuce, and I guess technically lemons, but the lemons are pretty far away, and the tree did not like moving. So it is still very unhappy. Mint? But mint is kind of hard not to grow. Not much right now. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of fantasy slurs. It's just a personal thing. Like, I won't stop you if you do it. It's just, I've kind of garnered this chat culture where if you do it a lot, you'll just kind of get made fun of. You want to know why they're coming to your fortress naked? There is a in-game explanation as to why that happens. I have a tiny little pot of mint that I keep very far away from my other plants for that exact reason. It's because they've left their faction. So groups that have a faction, like faction allegiance, get clothing assigned to them. If you don't have faction allegiance, you don't get clothing assigned to you. So what that means is they have given up their elven faction allegiance, meaning they are not currently part of a faction. Now, this usually means that that elf or character doesn't agree with whatever faction they were a part of, or they were exiled for a religion, or they chose to leave due to some other outside reason. And in order to be assigned clothing, they need to join a faction. So it's kind of an old bug in the game. This human looks really funny because of their hair. They look like they've got like a clown afro. The clother Zon has created Orthodos on a cave spider silk rope and offers it to the enjoyable knowledge. Basically, it means they've been exiled or are in self-exile, which means they are ready and willing to join your faction if you let them. It's usually elves for you, though, because elves are very open-minded characters and often disagree with the extremeness of the factions that they are generally born into, and often and frequently leave. Or it's because they've been displaced and the faction that they were part of was destroyed, and so they don't have a faction left, and have thus left as a refugee to try and escape. And the game assigns clothing based on what's available to the faction that they're part of, so if they're not part of a faction, they show up naked. Happens with goblins too. But yeah, this rope is a cave spider silk rope. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with cave spider silk, encircled with bands of almond wood and tower cap, and it is made from cave spider silk cloth. This object menaces with spikes of almond wood. On the item is an image of on the item is an image of a desert lime tree in native copper. On the item is an image of dwarves in elephant bone. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of SKULLPONDERS by the curse of knowing of the lean paddles of the early spring of 1070. And I'm going to make my queen a new tomb. Thinking about putting it down here in this old drain. Which sounds worse than it is, but hear me out. Going to... maybe actually not right there. Let's go up. Let's go here. Gonna put it about as low as you can go. This will be the queen's tomb. Nobles belong to the drain? Nah, it's just I might actually need that drain again. Wait. Shrek is in custody? Hold on. Maybe they took him to a training zone to train him? That's the only thing I could think of? Yeah, I don't know. Do you want to know why that probably happened, most likely? It's probably because they were friends or aligned with somebody that attacked you, like the goblins or something else, or they were just relatives with somebody that attacked you, and then you killed their relative. I've definitely had, like, long-term residents or temporary residents that are living in my fortress that aren't part of a faction, that then I get invaded by somebody kind of unrelated, or somebody shows up like a were-creature or something who is related to their group or something, and then I kill them and then they all go berserk. That absolutely can happen. I mean, when you bring in people from the outside, you risk that, which is one of the reasons why I tend to not. Queen's Tombs make a district around there? I mean, I kind of have a little district growing down there. I mean, I've got a tavern, dining hall, and what's it called? A dormitory for people who end up down there. Catch you transforming, the other werewolves will fight with you against the guards. I vaguely recall stuff like that in Skyrim, yeah. Not with werewolves specifically, but with, like, faction alignment stuff. Everything in Dwarf Fortress can be self-sustaining. I mean, you can self-sustain with no farming. And no livestock. Just by, like, harvesting stuff from the surface in the caverns. Occasionally. Like, everything can be self-sustaining in Dwarf Fort. It's just a matter of setting up your kitchens so that you brew and cook the right things. And process the right things. Like, I have no underground plants. I just have a tiny gather zone underneath 2 trees. And, yes! Yes. I just have a tiny gather zone underneath 2 trees. And, several, like 4 above ground farms, most of which are actually not growing food. Most of them are growing rope reeds for cloth. Like, I've got asparagus and hemp, that's for cloth. Bilberries is for food. Blackberries is for food. But yeah, most of that is not. For food. Often when you get the thief red-handed from other visitors, make a fuss. Yeah, probably because like if you a YouTube chat, Cesardes also points out that fighting with a thief or hurting a thief can cause the other visitors to make a fuss. People will get upset if their best friend dies, especially visitors, and like. If you've had a bunch of like temporary residents or like long-term visitors that have just been hanging out in your tavern for like a month, and then somebody comes in and like scouts the place to steal something and hangs out for half a year or a year, becomes friends with everybody in the tavern, and then tries to steal your stuff, and then you beat the shit out of them and kill them, yeah, that'll piss off all your visitors. Absolutely, that'll piss off all your visitors because they've all become friends with the guy, and he's probably corrupted them to join him in his plot. So. Yeah, that absolutely can happen. Same with like vampires and like other things that'll come and visit in your tavern. They corrupt everybody and then they're like, join me in my crimes. And then they're like, yay, crimes. And then they do crimes and you kill them for their crimes. And like, fuck you, we were doing crimes. And then, you know, one thing led to another and everybody's fighting. I think for me, like, and honestly, that like I said, was talking about yesterday for a bit, that is the reason why I don't allow much in the way of visitors. Because when you allow visitors into your fort, you're basically just asking for your artifacts to get stolen. And if it took longer for word to spread about artifacts, I would allow visitors. The reason I don't allow visitors is because immediately upon creating an artifact, everybody in the world knows that artifact exists. There's no time for word to spread. If I could disable that function, I would allow visitors. Almost everything else about visitors I like. It's just that function that I find painfully annoying. Like, it's not even like it's fun to deal with problem. It's just, I find it very annoying. I'm actually just going to ignore these bolts because these are really fucking expensive. I'm just going to buy the cheaper ones. Maybe the iron ones too, even though they're more expensive. Because I want these books. Because they brought a lot of scrolls and books. Which are much more affordable. Also brought a choir. That's interesting. The visitors can respond with valuable information, though. If they share rumors, that can tell you what's happening in the world map, which in certain cases can be useful. I've had them like share locations of caves before in my tavern. I've also had them tell me where prisoners are. It's very vague as to what they're telling you, but if you spot changes on the overworld, well, whenever they share rumors from beyond the reaches of your fortress, they absolutely can tell you things that are useful and helpful to the player. It's just a matter of, I guess, kind of getting lucky to a degree. I'm just looking for that layer that has all the gold on it, which is up here. See if I found any more gold. Yes, I did. Tons of it. Excellent. Look at all of it. Gold, 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 gold. Excellent. Yeah, you really have to stare at the overworld to get use out of it. It's something that you have to, and also something that you have to kind of interact with in adventure mode to get a lot of use out of it, because a lot of locations in the overworld by default are hidden unless you expose them in adventure mode. So you really have to do that. I don't find world domination to be particularly fun. It's just really, really slow and time consuming. Like, if it wasn't so slow, I might do it, but I realize that it's like one of the most requested things in the world. And every time I've tried doing it, chat has been very bored. Like, I'll usually ask people, it's like, you know, if chat's super quiet, unless it's a day like today where I think people are just watching other video games, or not watching Twitch because it's summertime. I will occasionally ask chat, it's like, hey, you know, how are you enjoying this fort? Those are like the lowest enjoyed forts. Like removing local threats. I mean, I'm talking about world domination. I mean, just like fighting stuff I find to be kind of boring. It's like the least interesting way to play the game, in my humble opinion. I love YouTube. Subscribers are choosing to watch this video less than normal, contributing to 30% lower views. I don't need that in giant bold text at the top of my dashboard when I log in. Thanks, YouTube. I'm aware that it's not doing as well as usual. I don't need you to, like, gaslight me in the process. It's not useful information. Platform sucks. Feels bad, man. Well, thank you, C-Tubes, in YouTube chat. They say they don't play Dwarf Fortress, but they like my videos. Forgotten Beast, Aang, has come. Is he an airbender? It is an enormous scaly nematode. It has, it only has one A, not two A's. It has a broad shell, and it undulates rhythmically. Its charcoal scales are oval-shaped and set far apart. Beware, it's poisonous gas. Now, I know it's enormous, like, as in, like, the size of a bus, but, like, to me, an enormous nematode would be, like, the size of your fingernail. Okay, where is it, though? It is in one of the layers where it can get to me, so I'm going to send in my dwarfses. I'm gonna send in the squids. Squads. Sending in the squids. Defend the gate, dwarves. Defend the gate. Exactly, Orc Dork. How you been, dude? No, I will not be nice to the big corporation. The big corporation who I make a lot of money for. Why did my frame rate suddenly jump back up to, like, the maximum? The fuck is going on? Like, I'm at 55, which is my frame rate cap. This beast has killed a shit ton of troglodytes here. Maybe, wouldn't it be funny if there was just like a troglodyte stuck somewhere? Anyway, I'm ready for my bolts to block out the sun. This dwarf brought a gold bar. Grammy, what are you trying to do? Seems like a really good way to die. I mean, you're about to lead an exciting life if you stay here. comes the beast, which is injured, and this dwarf, the Stuklos the Mace Dwarf, runs in with his mace and starts smacking it. This dwarf has a platinum warhammer, so let's see how that goes. It runs up to it and bashes the Forgotten Beast, bruising it. Bashes it in the muscle, bruising it. Yeah, it's still a hammer. It's now bleeding heavily and outputting more gases, and it has died. And it looked like that dwarf got the hit. Bashes it in the muscle, bruising the guts. Did you get the kill? Nope. Did you get the kill? Nope. Did you get the kill? Nope. Did you get the kill? Ah, you did. Stukos got the kill. We're gonna call you Nano for killing that Forgotten Beast. Echoed Roof! Does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. Is moved by art and schmatual beauty. And natural beauty. And is troubled by this because he dislikes the natural world. Wearing his very damaged cave crawler leather dress, worships the god of gems and minerals. Is satisfied after improving fighting. Damn right, dwarf. Which one do you have equipped? You've got Kankor, the gold mace, one of the earliest artifacts in the fort. So much goo, yeah. Well, I mean, it had deadly gas, right? I'm just gonna wait for the ad stand. Rip the squads, the gas is actually toxic. Hopefully they don't die. It wouldn't be the first time. Oh, at least the range squad, not the range squads will be fine. The melee squad, not so much. Yeah, because of that migrant wave, right? So let's see what happens. I mean, his liver is bruised, so don't drink for a while. Seems fine. Just ate a snack, too. Fingers crossed, Zachris. Be nice. Higher population would do this fort some good, let me tell you. Speaking of doing this fort some good, I've actually got something I would like to do. I'm gonna go back down to that layer where we just fought that beast. Get these done on the lower priority. Put this layer. Higher priority. Let's get all these chopped down. Quite need to clear these. I was gonna go chop some treesy downsies for me. Your core is tight from walking? I mean... Were you flexing? Like... My core is tight, but that's because I did like 200 sit-ups last night. And various other ab exercises. I say sit-ups, but like... It wasn't just sit-ups. It's mostly other things, but... A lot of leg raises and things. Let me forge some iron bolts. Also got some steel. Let's make 10 steel helms. Probably keep them flexed while walking? I don't know. That sounds like it's whatever you're doing, it's probably working is usually what that means. Okay, let's see. Can I pour water into this soon? Should be able to do that soon. Just need these constructions to finish. Seems like I have too many tasks running right now, like cutting gems and whatnot. But a lot of the construction right now is up here. Just getting some of this done. Let's also jump up to here. How old is this fort? Started it originally, I think exclamation point goal has the original start year. But I ran it for 3 years with one faction starting in 1070 and then reclaimed it. I can't remember what year I reclaimed it. So 23 years, not that old actually. It's old for one of my forts. I mean, in real time I started it in May, but I did disappear for a week, almost 2. Because when I came back on the Thursday. I only streamed once because I was super jet lagged. So I did kind of go on vacation. I would be further along with this fort otherwise. Ran of the Stars. All right. You're attending a meeting now. You're using obsidian blocks to do the construction I actually need constructed, which is this, which is good to see it actually happening now. Let's just get that corner done. And then once that's all completed, I'm going to turn the flood on. Assuming they can get to here. What? Yeah, no, they absolutely can. I'm going to turn the water on, which is going to flow from up here. It's going to go that way and down that way. Let's just make sure it's not going to go in any other directions I don't want it going currently. I don't really want it going this way, so let's just throw a door in here. I really just straight up don't have enough dwarves for the tasks I'm trying to do right now. Because this fort is like built for a... This fortress is built for a much bigger population. So like, if I have all of my tasks running, literally nobody will ever be able to get a task done. One of the things that you love about this fort is the semi-symmetry with the castle and the part of it. It pleases me the way you took the game's designs and made it my own. Well, cheers. I'll be honest with you, I wanted to make it less symmetrical or like more rounded. Maybe keep the symmetry, but make it more rounded. But I literally just got tired of working on it. Like I got bored. It's quite literally how that went. Also, I think these spore tree logs look really nice up here. Dwarf is pretty injured, I think. That or you're just wearing very heavy armor and very weak. Yeah, you're just very weak. What squad are you in? Copper Jewels. It's better than the family jewels. Let's go up to here. Let's get these 2 squads training. them training in here. And get them training in there. Because I need to have a squad close by for while I'm doing stuff over here. You just died to a group of birds? Sounds accurate to history. How's the fort? Fort's pretty good. Stream's a little slow, but you know, it's that time of year. I'm debating taking tomorrow off and just getting out of the way of the RimWorld expansion. Because I think that's a good deal of it. Because like the last time a RimWorld expansion came out, it was the same thing. Stuff got really quiet around here for like a week. Let's just make 50 cloth cloaks once, because I'm seeing a bunch of dwarves with used cloaks that need new ones. Do blind marks dwarves hit the target? Fun fact, being blind for a dwarf doesn't actually change any of their skills. The only thing that it changes is their ability to notice things. So like their awareness goes down, but once they're actually doing a skill, it doesn't affect them at all. So if a dwarf loses its eyes, they can still read, they can still write, they can still fight without any debuffs. However, like if they need to see something for some reason, like if something is stealthed, they'll just die. Basically, because they won't have the ability to de-stealth it. But once it's seen by something else, they're exactly the same as other dwarves. Uh-oh. I just realized that I need to assign more wheelbarrows to wherever these are going. I think dwarves just have echolocation. I mean, I had a blind fortress manager once. They lost, there was like an arm and then like both their eyes, and they were also gelded. Like, they had some pretty brutal injuries. But, they were a pretty good manager, by all counts. Suddenly the frame rate vanishes again. Now we're back down to 25. That's fascinating. Oh, now it's coming back. Weird. Licking around orders? What does that mean? Trying to limit some more tasks here. Butcher an animal we can finish. I will keep most of those cloak jobs paused. Just leave like 2, maybe? Render fat we can continue, and tanning hides we can continue. Distantly related to Batfolk? Probably not, but similar evolution in some mad respects. Like, we're not related to, I don't know, humans aren't really related to birds. Someone's gonna be like, well, actually, but we both have eyes. So, There's all kinds of critters out there that we're not super related to that, you know, we've evolved in similar-ish ways. Well, fun fact, getting killed by a dragon isn't the worst, presuming it just breathes fire on you, because there's no pain related or negative related thoughts to burning or being on fire. However, there are a lot of negative thoughts associated with choking on smoke. So as long as you're not choking on smoke, it's not the worst way to go in Dwarf Fortress. An undead dragon was one of the coolest things you've seen in Dwarf Fortress. Oh boy, yeah, no, I believe it. I saw an undead Hydra and fought and killed an undead Hydra once. That was a fun fort. Split between humans and lizards and mammals can be related back to how our skulls formed, and that our Kelman ancestors were similar to fish ancestors. But yeah, burbs are pretty far out there. Yeah, but that's kind of what I was like. I was like, what's a thing that's like, sure, like, you know, you could be like, DNA, motherfuckers, we all evolved from something, and I'll be like, yeah, you're right though. But in reality, in my dumb reality, which doesn't matter, it feels like the vibes are saying that. I need more dwarves to help construct things, please. You were halfway to... Oh, good, you were halfway to typing something similar. I mean, I did kind of ask for it, so... I did quite literally place it, like, on a counter in front of you guys and be like, so, you know, you can just be like, hey, streamer, I'm actually... Vibe biology. Isn't that just called creationism? Just living on the vibes, you know? I don't know, God made it. How does that work? Fuck it, I don't know. God made it, and if you disagree, I will claim that life will be bad when you die. I don't know. I won't be here when I die, so I don't really care. Personally. Cross and Colossus, hi, what's up? Just dropping by to say hello, and that's so... And to say thanks so much for the Tarn VOD. You've had a week on call and you're stressed and exhausted and you've watched it with a beer and some garlic mushrooms. I gotta say, you know, like, it's never, like, these days, for a while it was, but these days it's never the most viewed content that I make. Like, the interviews. I genuinely believe it's the most important content I make, and it is the stuff that I make that I rewatch the most. Like, I know that the big story videos are the most popular stuff that I make these days, right? It's the stuff that people watch the most. But the interviews are the stuff I rewatch the most, personally. And it's the stuff that I get the most personal value out of, I guess. So I'm glad that you feel similarly to that in some way. You know, I'm going to do something silly. Haulers. Nobody do this temporarily. Let's get rid of all of the friggin' put shit away jobs. And just construct stuff. So, especially because, so they can carry multiple clothing items at a time. One of the reasons all of this hauling is taking so long is because if they're hauling clothing or gear to a bin, they can carry multiples at once. So, or a barrel. Like, same with food. They can haul multiple food items at a time. This is why shit's taking so long right now, because they're all doing this currently. Colossus, thanks for the 5-pack. It's been kind of a quiet day for money, so I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm currently $70 away from the daily minimum, although that probably just put me down to 60. 70 US dollars. Your mind is always telling you to give them wheelbarrows. Sure, but then they can't carry multiple items at a time. So yes and no. I should actually probably just redo that stockpile. Oopsies. And also maybe move it. They also have a very long distance to carry them. Because they're quite literally going to here. Yeah, this has wheelbarrows. 15, in fact. It's also great strength training. I mean, look at all of this. Oopsies. This is all stuff from the humans. They definitely make noises when they're running around like that. Yeah, no, absolutely. Let's just grab this squad. Get them to update their helms, which they're probably all doing. Also kind of tempted to swap them to replacing clothing for this squad. I'm basically leaving them in their squads at all times. For a ton of wheelbarrows? Have like a 20 tile stockpile with 19 wheelbarrows in it. And then with 19 wheelbarrows in it, and then a singular... Yeah, we'll just do it that way. And then a singular tile for, what's the word? 19 wheelbarrows, and then a singular free tile for the items, and then make it into a quantum stockpile. So then load it through a minecart. Basically have one free tile, and then load it into a quantum stockpile. Because they basically run back, they do laps that way. I'm still being corrected about evolution, by the way. It's gonna be my life for the rest of the stream, I think, actually. And in like 2 weeks, or maybe less than that, in like a week when this VOD goes up, I'm gonna get corrected again. What's up, nervous handjob? How is you? Let's get some water flowing. Well, now seems like an excellent opportunity to go use the toilet. I will be back momentarily. Guess what, chat? Actually grabbed a sandwich. I feel like most of the ones you see in videos on the internet, Zavi. I will also say, Nervous Handjob is a funny username, but it's no Stir My Insides Oni-chan. Which is and will always be my favorite horny username I've ever seen. I almost choked to death. God damn it. Okay. Wow. The Moses, the weaponsmith, withdraws from society. I couldn't breathe for a second there. It's amazing I didn't start coughing. What the fuck? Finish packing for the day, you realize that you have so many mugs. Yeah. I've made like an actual effort to not overmug myself, which I don't think is a term, but it is now. Oops. We've got a dwarf who has now claimed this magma forge. I'm just gonna jump down to the bottom. We're going to queue some stuff up for my queen real quick. I think I'm just going to use obsidian. Make the queen an obsidian tomb. Obsidian and bloodthorn. Sounds good, actually. Let's go to right there. This may spill out, but here's hoping it doesn't. Here comes the water. Jimenage Dupain? I'm not sure how to say your name, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. If you need help, Jack can help. Another thing I'll say is when I moved, I didn't have a pile of mugs. But I did become acutely aware of how many beer glasses I have, specifically novelty holiday glasses. Now, why would somebody like me own an oddly large amount of novelty holiday, specifically holiday themed glasses, which I ended up getting rid of a bunch? What would be the reason somebody like me would own that, do you think? Do you wonder, chat? Like, does anybody here have any idea? I'd be very curious to know if anybody could guess why. Incorrect. Nope, not gifts. Do not get them from bars. Nope, not gifts. So we are in an ad break now. So I'm going to give you until the ad break is done, and then I'll answer the question. Silvershea is mostly correct. That is a big part of it. The dwarves have arrived to trade.
Woo.
So let's just do this. Let's get a small crew of dwarves doing this on priority. If it's gonna be too late for you, that's kind of a personal thing. Everybody's affected by caffeine differently. So here's the reason I have so many. It is kind of because they go on sale. But they go on sale at specific times for specific reasons, and it's the way they go on sale. The reason I have so many novelty holiday-themed mugs, or beer glasses, is because BC Liquor Store gets these packs from bigger breweries that usually come with a mug. And they're generally exorbitantly expensive. And you'll get 3 or 4, sometimes up to 6, maybe more, beers in a box, but it comes with a mug. Right after the holiday season is over, they discount them ridiculously heavily. And the discount usually means you get a free glass, or a free glass and a beer. And then they discount them again. So I had 8 Delirium novelty mugs or glasses, because one year they had a 6-pack of Delirium with 2 limited flavors that they only make around holidays. They were like loosely holiday themed, with like special bottles. But essentially you would get 6 Delirium and 2 free glasses for the price of 2 bottles of Delirium. So I bought like a ridiculous number of these things. And I used to do that like annually, so I had to get rid of a bunch of them. Now I just have 2. Now I don't really live very particularly close to a BC Liquor, so I don't see myself doing that again. But like, I used to do that kind of a lot. I mean, I wouldn't drink a cup of coffee at 11. Amber-esque, thanks for the 3rd month. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. And Sluice, thank you very much for becoming a new YouTube member. The beers can be double duty for that. We don't have states, ECC. So, no, they're not run by a state government because we don't have a state government. They're run by the provincial government. And not all provinces have them. We also have BC Cannabis. But there's also private cannabis shops. There's also private liquor stores. Quebec also has an equivalent. Some aren't province. Yeah, and we also have territories. I realize I'm just being semantics, but I like to state that we don't have states. Never liked delirium tremens. That's fair. Never understood it. I mean, I like the taste of it, so if you don't like the taste of it, that's cool. But I like the taste of it. You don't have to like the taste of it. Taste is subjective. If you say that they fuck it up, I say they make it exactly right. If it didn't taste the way it tasted, I wouldn't like it. The Forgotten Beast Lathy has come, a great one-eyed tarantula. It has large mandibles and it has a bloated body. Its purple exoskeleton is wrinkled. Beware its poison nibbles. It's poison bite. Man, they really like showing up on this layer where they can fight me. I wonder if they do that intentionally. I will say, it's not worth the price that they normally charge for delirium tremens. It's like $5 a bottle. But when I can get them for like $2 a bottle, fuck yeah! Especially when I'm like depressed and in an alcoholic bender around the holidays and desperately need like 9.5% boozy beer. That stuff's great. It hits the spot when I want it. I don't drink it frequently though. Don't call themselves state, they call themselves Commonwealth. Smells like socialism, I don't know, man. Also, isn't Commonwealth kind of an oxymoron because it's uncommon to be wealthy? I certainly needed it when I worked at McDonald's. Doesn't Finland have like a 50% alcohol tax or something like that? So yeah, if it's like $5 for a bottle of delirium here, $5 Canadian dollars. That's like what? What is that in euros even? I don't even know, actually. It's 160, so like, yeah, it's like €3.13. At just like a rough guesstimate. So yeah, I mean, that sounds like that just sounds like Finland problems. Where's this beast? Okay, here comes a spider, chat. Can I get a round of bolts? Let's see how quickly they can take it out. Because I've got them all stationing right here. They're all probably pretty far away currently. Well, and a Vile Darkness Forces has arrived us. Alright, well, This is actually a very small Vile Darkness Forces. So I may actually split my squads. And throw that squad over there. Where's the beast? Oops, wrong screen. It seems to be fighting with a bunch of Crundles. I don't know why. That. Splash Hangers, the Krundle, has killed Mokus, the Forgotten Beast. Mokus Magokus. In fact, he killed it by scratching it in the sepiothorax. I'm gonna make a statue of this Krundle. What's your name, Krundle? Splash Hangers. Splash Hangers. Splash Hangers of the Splash Zone. What? Oh, there you are. Splash Angers, not Splash Hangers. Well done. Let's jump back up to the surface then, and just set all of my Marks Dwarves to rotate the top wall. Oh my god, I forgot. Wait, did I? No, I didn't. Okay. I was about to say, oh my god, I forgot to refill my well. No, I didn't, in fact, forget to refill my well. Why do you have a crown on? You've got a dwarf nail crown? You monster. You killed a dwarf in 1092? Well then. Well then. Beached Dread. Yeah, well, I can tell you one thing for absolute 100% certain, Bone Doll. I would rather drink a bottle of Delirium Tremens every day for the rest of my life than drink a bottle of Sierra Nevada anything every day for the rest of my life. So, I really don't like Sierra Nevada. Like, it's fine. It's just not great. So I think this dwarf actually, this human actually killed one of my dwarves here. Because they are feeling this way. Or, well, they're reliving seeing it die. Snatchers. Protect the childs! It seems the traders are assisting killing the Snatchers. Good on them. I love it when the merchants do something useful. Let's actually just get them to station right here. It's gonna take these squads a little bit to get down here. They all have bolts, as you can see, except for that one. Quit ruining it for everybody. You silly, silly dwarf. Where's these invaders? I don't think we're gonna have any casualties this time. This is a very small, oh, maybe we will. Is this one of mine? Okay, this isn't one of mine. This is one of the trade caravans. Watch this guy be an absolute champion and down this entire siege by himself. This isn't one of my dwarves. This is one of the trade caravans dwarves. Okay, he's getting tired now. This is a problem. Okay, never mind. He's dead probably. He's in a martial trance though. He's duking it out. He's dueling with them. Still in a martial trance. He could survive. But no. No, he won't. He's through the martial. He's lost his nose. He knows no bounds now. Rip. Be really funny if they didn't attack me because of that. Oh, looks like we got one. Well, no, actually, that was the one they killed earlier. Well. They're now moving forward. Here comes that human. Who's now killed 2 dwarves. Sazir Page matched the dwarf and 1 dwarf in SKULLPONDERS. And then just fucking immediately dies. Excuse me, Osan, what? Just one bolt to the head. Just pop. That's probably what happened there. This one. Flying iron bolt hits them in the head, tearing the muscle, chipping the skull. It was one bolt hit them in the upper arm, which twisted their shoulder. Another one took aim and missed, and then a third bolt hits them in the head, and they dead. And there's no way they're gonna make it in. Just look at that. It is a volley of death, man. There goes the siege. It's done. Just wow. Just plain old wow. And the only dwarf that died wasn't even mine. I mean, they were pretty accurate without the volume. In my opinion, but... Now, I am pouring water into the lava sea, so I should probably check on that. How's the water going? Pretty wet. And all that's done. So I'm now actually gonna do one other thing real quick. Here, I'm gonna go to this. Give that a yoink. We also got an iron warhammer, which I'm not that impressed by because the last one was made of platinum, but it's worth a decent lump of money, and it's of the highest quality. It is encrusted with bands of radiant cut crystal opals and rectangular yellow zircon cabochons, and rectangular dacite cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of dacite, rope reed, and on the item is an image of armor, stands in iron. On the item is an image of the notched distance, the phalite amulet. In Bloodthorn, on the item is an image of Nithros pear summits, the Mechagoros demon, and Yusharir, the dwarf in Dacite. Yusharir is striking down the critter, and it was a damned corpse too. Striking down the damned corpse monster by Yusharir in Howl Mirror, in Carry Mobs, in the cunning by the dwarf Yusharir. In Carry Mobs in the Cunning Hills in the early spring of 1028 during the Ignited Siege. And I'm going to plunk that into here. It is being used in combat, yeah. You want to be at the bridge, the dwarves walk out in the gate. Sorry, that's Bridget. I could give you this one, but it doesn't open or close. I legitimately forgot that was Bridget. And when you asked for that, I was like, is that name something? Shit, I think that's name something. But sorry, that's Bridget. So would you like this one? What would you like to name it? Unless you just want me to name it Bone Doll. In which case, I can do that. Everything in general direction must die. Yeah, it's like the French, but eviler. There you go. Bone Doll it be. Oh, that's the problem. Currently, everybody's just constructing shit because hauling is off. Hauling is terminally important when it comes to trading. Critically important, even. Dwarf is moving real slowly. And here comes the dwarves and getting ready to trade. A lot of old shirts and stuff. None shall pass this afternoon, at least. All right, let's trade for these bars. Just to get some trading going. Let's also go up to here and just type in bow. Get rid of all of those random bows that the invaders just brought. Keep all the crossbows, though. Yeah, I'm at 50 frames per second. This is genuinely kind of crazy to me. I don't know why the frame rate suddenly decided to be decent, but like... if you want minecarts to make sense, you really have to restrict hauling jobs and use give and take stockpiles. But yeah, no, you can absolutely make them work. I've done it. Like, I've made forts where we don't haul any boulders and don't use wheelbarrows and just, like, transport stuff using, and just transport stuff using, minecarts, and it's worked fine. Are you waiting for the Lewis stuff to do that? For a chance, there will be a chance for... You know what I would do? I wouldn't do that. I would, however, just have there be, like... You know how there can be world gen bridges, like bridges on the old world? That there's just, like, a chance that a night troll lives underneath it. Because I don't think night trolls live under bridges right now. I think that could be neat. I like how you type in book and it gives you codexes. That's funny. But yeah, I don't know. I quite like using minecarts. I think that minecarts are kind of underrated. People seem like there are situations where like minecarts are completely redundant, but there's also ways to set them up that take a while that if you're going to be using them consistently for a long time, they make a lot of sense. So I don't know. I guess they're just something that I will forever be a little bit torn about whether or not they're worth it, because like they can make a lot of sense, but they can also be just completely pointless. It highly depends on how you set them up. Also, chat, I just would like to remind everybody this is a crowdfunded channel. I do make a living because people throw bits, gift subs, subscriptions, prime subs, super chats, and tips at me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here doing this because I don't take any corporate sponsorship. And this is where I go to actually check my daily minimum and see where I'm at. I am $44 US away from my daily minimum, which means if I stream for 8 hours, I make minimum wage for where I live. Hello, Mass Morass. How's things? Computer just crashed. DF not saves in 1 hour? Ooh. That sucks. I hate it when that happens. Although, it's rare that my computer crashes. I'd be more concerned about the computer crashing, honestly. Chat room investments are open if you care. But, you know, if you happen to have a Prime sub available, do think about me. That's basically all I'm saying. I do hope I'm able to keep the frame rate up, though, because it'll be nice if I can do that. So migrants have decided to brave this terrifying place, knowing it may be their tomb. Chat, we're back up to 100 dwarfs, I think. 100 dwarfs and goat. Next week you can resub? I mean, you're currently subbed, so. I mean, you do you, man. You do you. My fellow Canuck. It's weird being called a Canuck. Just mostly because of the, my proximity to the Vancouver Canucks. And I don't really consider myself a fan of hockey. I will occasionally watch the Stanley Cup game, but that's kind of for the same reason sometimes people watch the Super Bowl who don't care about football. And every time I'm just like slightly more annoyed at it than the year before because somehow there's more ads. It's like, how did you even manage to make these ads look so bad? But thank you. All right. That's kind of my only real takeaway from sports, really. It's just, wow, these ads look worse somehow. That's impressive. They did a very good job of making the ads look worse if that was their goal. If that wasn't their goal, then I don't know what the fuck they're doing. I don't need you to share that take, Bondall. You know, there are some things that are just better left not said. And if you're going to say something like, I don't want to pay you money because I don't like the bricks that built your business, okay, you don't need to share that information. So kindly throw your advocacy elsewhere. It's not welcome. It doesn't help. Period. I don't care what the reason is, big bad germals. Can I just call you Big Bad? I thought I was having a seizure when I read the second bad. I was like, "There's some why is the bad doubling?" But genuinely, I don't care what the reason is. It doesn't matter. It's just like, if you have your takes and you have your opinions and you don't want to do things, be my guest. But this is my living. ATN, thanks for gifting a sub to Zalvi. Appreciate you. Only burr if you want to? Well, you can burr your friends behind. Anyway, I desperately need a different topic. Otherwise, I'm just going to get stuck on this one. So I will try and do my best to focus on the commentary of the game. I'm just shocked that Forgotten Beast died to that Crundle. That is still impressing me. Keep seeing dwarves appearing here and thinking that they're ghosts because they seemingly appear out of nowhere because that ramp is kind of hard to see. At least I'm finding it kind of hard to see. Was announced for PS5. Congrats. You know, as somebody who thinks about consoles almost never, I'm always mildly surprised that they that people still... I don't know. Like, I don't see marketing for consoles ever. I don't really... It's like not a market that I'm even remotely exposed to anymore. And not for any reason in particular. I just never really think about them anymore. Actually, don't do this. I could use this to my advantage. Let's go here. Let's go here. Let's go here. That probably won't make it that far. I can get these ones done. Run an ad break, so plus. Didn't see it pop up. Android handhelds, like, for gaming devices have been around for a long time, but they haven't had any popularity really outside of Asia. But they've been around. The Android ones don't really interest me all that much. It's the handheld PCs that are interesting to me. It's the actual, like, finally we're making technology smaller again instead of just the ambigification of graphics cards. What effects, if any, do you think it would have on the game? It would make it significantly more difficult for me to play it. Because following units would be way harder. I find the jerky movements easier to follow from like a visual sense. Joey NoCap, thank you very much for joining the YouTube members. Appreciate you. I already made a statue of it, Bone Doll. But no, I mean, I hope they don't. What would the changes be? I don't know. Some people would complain less and I would roll my eyes. That's basically it. The game would get harder for me to play and some people would complain less. And the people who say that they will play it if the game has smooth graphics won't actually play it because they won't. Trust me, they just won't. And let's just do this. Let's just also get rid of this. Whoosh. And then let's get rid of that. Run away, Dwarf. There you go. That's what you needed to do. Perfect. So you can use it as a desktop if need be for light browsing? I mean, yeah, then you wouldn't be interested in the Android ones, right? Because the Android ones aren't really useful as a desktop PC in any sense. I mean, I think that's basically just like the ROG Ally then. I think the issue that I have is like, it's not really a market for me right now because I'm not really in situations where I'm commuting very often. I don't travel like in planes very often, so like there kind of really isn't a reason for me to get into those, but it's fascinating how that market's developed so quickly. What's up, Artful Monster? You just like listening to me babble, Joey? Well, thanks. Appreciate you, mate. Yeah, right, the Lenovo Go. I couldn't remember the name of the Lenovo one. Isn't there like an Asus Slab or something? There's that Asus one that's like gigantic. I want to say it's called the Asus Slab, which is also just a kind of a really silly name, but... Maybe it's the Acer slab. It might be the other A branded one. Letter A branded one, not EH, the proper way to spell the letter A. Might be Acer. Has anybody else, like... Has anybody else ever encountered somebody pronouncing an Asus and, like, chuckle to themselves way more than they should? Because I have, and it's funny to me whenever I see it. What's an Asus? Well, you're an Asus. It's baby size? Okay, because there was one that's, like, got a full-size screen on it. It's like, there's one that I saw it at a CES, so maybe it's not real. But it's like this. It's, like, giant. It's like, it's not, like, a handheld. It's, like, a lap placed. So it's like, at some point, it just kind of became a laptop again. Very confusing device. Sounds very wrong in Quebec French. Oh, really? I was in Quebec not long ago for the GP. It was fun. Ah, well, there she blows. It's like, what word or what language is bay? Poop? Because there is a language where the word bay is poop, and there was that brief window where everybody was referring to their partner as bay. It's a funny week. It was B-A-E was how people were spelling it. It was a slang thing from, I don't know, a couple years ago now. I mean, depending on how your relationship functions, ATN. I think the only way to make that work in text function, Bone Doll, is you would have to say ass sets. You want a Steam Deck for your next PC, you want to use it as a dockable Linux PC that also can play games. I mean, that's just a laptop to me. I don't know. I think the problem that I have with the Steam Deck is I want a keyboard on a portable PC, period. And I know it's like, oh, you can use it like an on-screen keyboard. It's like, no, I don't want that. I want a really, 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 really big keyboard. And if I don't have that, I'm upset. So it is pretty good value for money for what it is, though. Like, yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with the Steam Deck. Like, it's a fine system for what it is, if it fits your use case. But like, I want a keyboard. Period. Yeah, you could also just plug a normal keyboard into the Steam Deck, but I don't want to do that. That's the problem. So, no, I'm good. Am I into mechanical keyboards? Sure, yes. I mean, I don't need to use a mechanical. I prefer them. I wouldn't say I'm into them. I don't build keyboards, if that's what you're asking. I'm not into the hobby of keyboards. A keyboard is a practical thing. I like my brown switches or I prefer brown switches, but I'll use just about anything. I like browns because they're kind of quiet and I like the feeling of them. And membrane feel a little too squishy and are kind of hard to type on because of it, because I'm not used to them, but like I'm not against membrane keyboards. It's basically just a small laptop with a controller built into it. Sure. I mean, yeah, I that's the other problem that I have. I fucking hate controllers. Like, you don't fully understand the aversion that I have to, like, I'll use a controller if I have to. I don't like controllers. It is the last control setup I want to use for a video game in almost all situations. So for me, it's kind of, that's the real issue that I have with like the Steam Deck, is that it uses a controller, and you kind of need a controller to get the most out of it. So it's kind of like just wasted on me entirely. So yeah, I don't know. I've used them. No. Maybe if I liked controllers a bit more, a lot more actually. Now the other thing I need to do here is I need to unforbid this small spot. And then go from here to there. I don't play those types of games generally. I'll use a controller for a racing game, but generally the racing games I play, I don't want to use a controller. I want to use a keyboard because I play like arcadey racing games that need precise like D-pad controls practically. GPD has a handle held with a built-in keyboard that slides out. Yeah, like no, I'd rather just get a computer. Like, and then it kind of goes back to the original problem of just simply there is no reason for me to do that because like I don't travel enough. I don't have the commuting. Like it's a neat market that exists. It's not a market that is serving me in any way whatsoever. What am I building right now? I'm sealing off the lava here so that I can drain it on this side. Once I'm done sealing this off... Oh, the game's paused. I was like, why is it taking them so long to assign that job? What the fuck? It's... Game was paused. Once I'm done sealing it off, then I'm going to drain that lava out, and then we can move down and mine out more of the next layer beneath. But also now that I'm getting my migrants again at a more consistent level, I can bring more dwarves into the fold of digging out the basements. I want to get good at Star Fox and the little dragon one, but even the controller... Yeah, I think the reason that I'm, like, not into controllers is because I never really had consoles. Like, outside of, like, Game Boy and, like, a Nintendo DS. Like, I've never really spent time... Like, the most time I've ever spent in my life playing consoles with analog sticks was I bought a PS3 because it was cheaper than the Blu-ray player that I wanted. And there was a 3-week period growing up shortly after I bought that, which was like the week the PS4 came out. We had no internet at my parents' house because a squirrel chewed through my internet box. Don't worry about it. We lived in the middle of fuck nowhere. So because of that squirrel, we had no internet. And I had, I bought copies of, used copies of Journey, Eco, Shadow of the Colossus, and every single Uncharted game. I started off playing the first Uncharted and thought it was fucking terrible and absolutely hated it. And then never finished it. I tried Uncharted 2, thought similarly about that, made it around 20% of the way in. Started playing Uncharted 3, thought it was okay, made it around halfway through and then got bored. And then played and finished Eco and Shadow of the Colossus, which were great. And played and finished Journey in like one sitting, which was fun. Or fine, I guess. I think I like Abzu more. And that was like the extent of my time playing console games with analog sticks. Just need to get that one more block done. All right, now that's done. We're gonna dig through this. I'm gonna dig up to here. And then I'm just gonna start going along the edge of this. Yeah, I played through Journey from end to end. You only remember that Chip and Dale game? Chip and Dale game? Like on PlayStation? I'm not really like draining the entirety of the lava sea because that would just I would be on this for another 6 months. I'm just trying to drain the sea around this tube here. What? Gut Vial was found dead dehydrated. I have no idea why or how that happened. But Gut Vial was found dead dehydrated? That dwarf was pretty happy. Huh. Bizarre. I guess he wasn't. Poor dwarf indeed, yeah. I'm not sure what happened there. Like, genuinely not sure what happened. Well, they still have a tomb. Now let's just hope that nothing evil comes out of this. Just in case. Nope, we're good. Let's do that and this. Now don't walk forward and into the ramp. No beer? It must have been depression, but like I thought that I didn't see that dwarf go into a strange mood. So I'm not sure why that would happen for a dwarf like that, but it's also kind of hard to say. Okay, so I'm gonna do this. Well, actually, there's two things I'm gonna do here. I see an opportunity. I'm going to dig through this, and then we're gonna focus on... Yeah, we're gonna dig through this after I finish up with this side. So let's just do one there, one there, one there. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to dig through this, let this all drain out. Once this is all drained out, I'm gonna kind of go around the edge of this and chip out all of the chunks that I need to. I can then cave it in, and then I can just pour water on the whole thing, and that'll actually like seal the whole thing up. Which will be very convenient. So basically the way this is gonna work is drop a layer, seal it with water, get all the gems out, drop a layer. And I've got like 8 more layers to go until adamantine, I think. So definitely a ways, but we'll get there. Okay, then I just need to go here. Do that. Will we get dwarf resin? No, he's just gonna get mummified quicker. Although you can get dwarf grease if you set them on fire. Not that there's anything to do with it, you just clean it up, but... That's their fat melting. Which actually might be one of the most disturbing things, to me anyway, that's in this game, is dwarven grease. Like, I think a lot of people get upset with dwarven cheese just because of the name of it. But it's not that bad because of what it actually is. Dwarven grease, though. Dwarven grease is just, like, morbidly upsetting because it implies dwarf was set on fire enough to leak fat out of their body, and that fat then melted and became grease and then smeared everywhere. Or, like, when you realize that your, like, well is just full of pus. It's like, oh, there's more pus in my well than water. Like, if you don't have if you're not automatically refilling your well, that does happen. Well, burning with grease, not really cooking. Speaking of cooking, did somebody just burn to death? Yeah, no, I mean, dwarven cheese is based on maggot cheese, but at least it's, like, not made from dwarves. You know? Like, it's certainly not pleasant, but at the very least, you know, it's not as bad as it could be. Where, like, by all counts, like... yeah, I don't know. I guess I see it as it could be worse. Wait, when was that? I know that, like, you could mod the game so that rain was hot like that, but when was this, Entronarch? I don't recall this. Have I ever asked Tarn about maggot cheese? I think that was, like, the first or second interview we did. One of these years, I need to go back through all of them and just, like, download the transcripts and put them all in a text file so I can just Control F. Because I'll be honest with you, I don't fucking remember what I've asked him in the past a lot of the time. But that one sticks in my brain, yeah. Because I remember talking with Tarn about it, and this was during the premium development, and he stated that it was going to be one of the only items in the game with a 2-frame animation. And I'm pretty sure it might actually be like one of the only animated items. No, because they don't make dwarf grease into soap. Shit. Imush is on fire. Who else is on fire? Sodal. And, Tierson. The scholar. That's brutal. That is brutal. Still triple digits in the population count? True. True. I still feel bad, though. So long, Sodell. Days since a mining incident, 0? Just coming back to check population levels, watching new Battlestar Galactica, where Battlestar Galactica into where population went down every episode. I mean, I've never seen any Battlestar Galactica, which I think is a shame. I should. I know. Please don't tell me to watch it. I don't have enough time to watch the things I want to watch already. Zacharias also died in that. I didn't even see that dwarf die in that, but Zacharias also died in that. You must have, like, gotten dunked pretty far down. Okay, please explain to me why these diamonds are not on fire currently, game. Thanks. All right, I'm just going to go up to here, and we're going to start digging through this. This is going to be the most dangerous dig. No air, no fire? Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I never really thought that the game would process that. Turns out not the whole stream. I mean, that's pretty... not the most consistent. Sometimes they last longer than others. That one did pretty well. Although I've also had some miners that have lasted kind of a really long time, like Ice Blue. Although Ice Blue did catch fire at the beginning of the stream, and I kind of was cranky and put him out. But yeah, I really, really hope that people keep tuning in and keep watching the stream for the next week, because I would like to finish this fort. Now that I have the defenses up and also the frame rates largely fixed, question mark, the process of finishing this fort's going to be a lot, not smoother, but it'll get done in a more reasonable pace now. So I'm very kind of hopeful that people keep watching this fort, because I've been enjoying it and I would like to keep playing it. I would like to finish it. I've got lofty goals and I don't know how else I will complete them. Or rather, I won't be able to complete them any other way. Wow, we lost a lot of dwarves in that. Jesus. Zacharias, thanks for the 5-pack. Cheers, Cricket. Same with you, Imiran. Thanks for that. Yeah, I don't know. I think I've just had too much of the summer blues recently. Like, it's just been I've been beating myself up over it, I suppose. I get that anyway, though. You'd think there'd be, like, more greens or reds in the summer, but yeah, it's a lot of blues. I didn't notice the first one? Oh. Okay. Thank you. Shit. That would explain why the other bodies appeared dead, too. I wish that they still had a start now button on the ad break, because they don't. They used to, on Twitch, they used to have a dismiss the ads, snooze the ads, and a start now button. They no longer have the start now button, because I would have, they're currently counting down like they start in 30 seconds, and I totally would have just started them right now because the ad, like the save screen's running. I mean, I do have the, what's it called? That video about how to melt fat off of dwarves using minecarts. So I guess I'm part of the problem when it comes to that. I suppose I'm part of the problem. Yamaki, hello in the YouTube chat. Thank you for catching the stream. Welcome. I'm just going to let the game run. And that's not a weight loss plan? I mean, it's a very dangerous weight loss plan. I would say it's probably comparably, if not more so, dangerous than taking experimental drugs. Because it does involve setting the dwarf on fire repeatedly, but... it's more like blowtorch suction. Lipo blowtorch is the terminology I'm going to use. Oh, that's going to cave in it. If you walk forward and torch yourself, that's on you. So this whole area is just going to drain out, basically, is what I'm trying to do. Drain everything down here out. Maybe I should. Disincentivize that route? Okay, well now that's a problem. It's gonna fix itself. 'Cause that seems not like the wisest route to take, dwarves. Not that, you know, I know anything about directions, but that seems bad. So there's some kobolds here trying to steal my stuff. As kobolds tend to. Let's do that and all this. Let's get that done. Let's get this done. Let's get these done. And there it all goes. Pretty quickly flowing. Pretty quickly flowing. I wonder. Well, I guess I have to go all the way around, but this would probably be pretty easy to drop. How long can we stay at triple-digit dwarves? I mean, it depends on how much I keep digging. Really, I mean, how long do you want to stay at triple-digit dwarves? That, or maybe it's more just up to the dwarves at that point. There goes those. There goes you. There goes that. There goes that. Well, I mean, so far so good. I don't really want to, like, jinx myself here, but, like, so far so good. That'll cave in if I channel that down. There we go. Can still do a few more of these. Well, at least the smell of them painting upstairs is drowning out the smell of the neighbor smoking weed. Oh, that sucks. I got nothing against people smoking weed. Just be polite about it. Let's see how much this dwarf can do before they drown themselves in lava. So far, so good. All right. Well, now we can just let this whole area drain. This will drain pretty quick. This will, in fact, drain pretty quick. I'm also going to go up to here. I'm going to check these. Let's just go up to here. ET. There we go. And then I'm going to go around the top of this, and we're going to build a roof on it. I mean, I live somewhere where it's legal, so I don't mind if I know. It's just don't do it indoors. Especially if you live in an apartment. Like that's just rude. I don't even mind if I know that you're in a religion, just don't try and convert me. Okay, that should actually be enough. Okay. You don't need to do that in df.init, Audra. I don't know when you typed that in, but walking spreads splatter, walking spreads splatter. Yes, no. All of those settings are surfaced in fort mode now. And have been for quite some time. Oh, that sucks. Stone, I'm sorry about that, neighbor. I try pretty hard to like point that out to people, because I think that there's a lot of settings in this game that allow you to really customize the base of the game that a lot of older players don't actually realize are literally 2 clicks away, like all the announcements. Like, all of those settings are 2 clicks away. You don't need to open the init files, and you haven't needed to do that since it was like month 3 they added all those screens in. It wasn't right away. Like, it wasn't right at launch when the game came out on Steam, but it was very shortly after launch that all that stuff released. See, now those diamonds are burning. Okay, so we're going to dig across this. And this will let me block this whole corner with water. And then I can just channel this whole fucking thing out. Just channel the whole thing. The whole damn thing. I was raised religious. I see the benefits of it. I see the negatives of it. I make fun of it because it's funny and it's easy. I wouldn't say I'm fanatically against or in favor of. I just don't like it when the bad sides of religion come out. I generally use the don't be an asshole policy. And if you're an asshole, you're the problem. Especially considering, like, a lot of church groups do more for the homeless than anybody else. So, you know, it's not all bad. It's a lot of bad. It's not all bad. All right, now that all that's done, let's go back to here and turn the water back on. Back in your day, you had to write down what happened in your fort by hand and post it on message boards. No one had the bandwidth to send videos. Well, the infrastructure didn't really exist. That also wasn't that long ago. Noobed. Back in my day, it took like 20 minutes to download one, like, scan of a Playboy magazine. Now we just watch live streams. And before that, we had to walk into the forest. It's pandemonium, man. All right. There was a certain beauty to it. No, there wasn't. There was just frustration, mate. I guess that was like some variation on edging, but I mean, you can still read Succession Forts. Because the YouTube chat's talking about Succession Forts. My Discord is a Succession Forts room. To the point where, like, I've been considering joining it for a bit. I just need to figure out how to do that logistically. And I kind of want this fort to be done before I take on anything new. Maybe after the next major patch. Oh, the game hitched for the first time in, like, an hour. Went down to 20 frames per second, and now we're back up to 45, so I don't know what that was. LP Archive? Yeah. No, I mean, LP Archive is a great resource for that stuff. Probably the best of that. People still play Succession games on the Bay 12 forums, too, and, like, I know it's shocking to most normal human beings, but something awful still exists, and people still play or do Let's Plays there. Which is where all those Succession games came from. And then fix it when it comes back. Yeah, the thing is, like, usually the way Succession Forts work is you play a year of time. So I would probably need multiple. Yeah, I don't know. I just need to figure out the logistics of it. I'm not against the idea, though. It's something that I've kind of come around on being more interested in doing. Dwarf, walk the other way. You finally caught up on Boat Murdered? After having it bookmarked since, like, what, 2007? The first multiplayer I experienced was, like, chair swap. Whatever the term for that is, where it's turn-based games, but played locally. Civilization and Heroes of Might and Magic and Age of Wonders. Hot seat, sure. That's not the term we used. We had a word for it. Now I can't remember what it was. It wasn't chair swap either. Or hot potato. I think this is local multiplayer, but that's what we called it, but. Is Age of Empires 2 on LAN? I don't think I played Age of Empires 2 in multiplayer until the, like, remasters started coming out. I think it was the first generation of remasters. Like, at all. I don't think I probably could have, because my friends had those games, but. So this is now sealing this line of lava, which is going to make this all drain quicker. And then I'm just going to dig all the way around this in a circle, and then I'm just going to drop this whole layer. I'm going to dig all this out and drop the whole thing. You know, I've suddenly got a weird theory. It's not the plant cloth, is it? Although those over there can stay unforbidden, but... I wonder... I wonder if that's one of the causes of the lag. It's lack of plant cloth. What are you doing, Dwarf? That is like the least direct route to take to this, but okay. Hammer of Armok progress, please stand by. Oh, yeah. Although I'm thinking I may actually drop it from up here. Because this will be hysterical and shockingly effective. I just need them to build one more there. And I'll use obsidian. Come on, Dwarf. There you go. Actually, let's just do it this way. That'll be the Hammer of Armok. I'm also going to stop the water from flowing. Oh, Lazy Man, the gem cutter, has been possessed. Hope they go for one of those diamonds. This is going to be a busy chunk of time here. Not so lazy now. Who you calling lazy? Let's see what you grab, lazy man. An expert gem cutter. What gem might the expert gem cutter be going for? I may also just have like no good gems available. It really is, Audra. Yeah. Yeah, chat, if I were to do, like, a series of community succession games and just play them on Fridays, how would you like me to do signups? And how much time would you want to play your segment? Because I'd be very worried that people wouldn't be able to play their chunk. Because I could see a world where, I don't know, I start a fort, or like 2 in a stream on a Friday, and then upload them to a thing, and then 2 weeks later, or 3 weeks later, or 5 weeks later, I do another chunk, and then read up to where we were from the beginning. I don't know how many years it would be. Just trying to think about the logistics of this in my head. Because it would be like, you know, you take periodic screenshots and write down all major events. So it would also be like a creative writing exercise. And then for me, when I picked the save back up, I would read through what happened since. I think the problem is like if you overcomplicate it, it would just become chaos though. Like it would be very difficult to organize. I think like one of the things that's made me hesitant to jump into like a community succession game or even just a succession game is just people disappearing, people dropping out. That's always kind of concerned me. Is a year though enough to do anything? That's why I could do multiples, but the idea would be you spend a lot of time. You don't have to do a ton. You just have to spend a lot of time documenting. It's more about the storytelling than the getting stuff done, per se. I don't want somebody to have to put a ton of volunteer hours in, though. I mean, I would just be organized through Discord, maybe a Discord forum, but... because that's the only way I would feel comfortable doing that, probably. Star Ruby. You know, there's a very real chance this becomes my most expensive artifact by like a factor of 10. Let's just do 100 silk dresses. Oh, cloak was the other one that I was going to go for, and then I was thinking dress. You just fuck it up. Why is this fort run like shit? Well, would you play slowly and read it? Like that. I like that's the issue, right? Is like it's very susceptible to trolling. So if you're like, I'd just fuck it up, well, then don't take part, right? But fucking it up is fine as long as you do a good job writing what happened, right? Like, assuming you can document your elaborate fuckery, then it's totally fine. But if you're not doing that, then like it's the whole point is defeated, I suppose. Arcloid was found dead. Rest in peace, Dwarf. I think a dwarf tantrumed and killed him. No, I don't actually appreciate this jokery, right? Like this is if this is something you would like to see happen, Suited, you are currently reinforcing the reasons why I've always been hesitant to even suggest this. So they accomplished using DFAC? Oh, totally. Like if you're not completely committed to the idea and just being a fuckery, then like, yeah, this is literally the reason I've never done this, is because I just presume that that's all people would be interested in doing, is fucking around, which kind of ruins the whole point, right? I mean, I'm intentionally losing most of the time when I'm playing, Audra. I make brash decisions all the damn time, but... What's up, Emily? Mr. Noob, the thing you need to remember is something awful. We only remember the ones that weren't suddenly fucked up by somebody, or forgotten about, or just abandoned. We only remember the ones that stuck around that made it, right? That were good. There was a lot that weren't. I mean, it wouldn't be about that. It would be about the story writing. It is literally a creative writing exercise over... I don't want to do an enormous feathered porcupine. Ooh, it's prickly. It has a bloated body and its feathers are patchy. Beware its poison bite. Where is it? But yeah, I don't know. Maybe this isn't a good idea that I mention it. I'm sorry. But, I don't know. That's something I'm going to think about. Because he was a noble liking animals? I mean, that's fair. That's not fuckery. That's totally fair. As long as there's like a logical reason or an excuse, which doesn't always need a logical reason. I do not want to do that. No, this is okay. Yeah, no. I'm good. That's all I have to say is I'm good, Necrontier. I apologize for bringing it up. There's no real water to test when you're streaming, Audra. You either stream or you don't do the thing, right? You can't test the water with live content. You either do it or you don't do it. This thing's pretty far away. It's up in the top left of the map, slowly heading towards us. No, I mean, the whole reason I was bringing this up was, like, in a not with other streamers thing, like, as a community thing. So, the second it's like, why don't you reach out to other streamers? It's like, okay, well then, if somebody happens to stream, that's fine. I don't want to specifically, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I don't know why I think out loud as much as I do. I should do that less. Like, I should know or go into a conversation. I should not go into conversation in ways where I know it's just going to have me going, nah, I don't want to do that. Because I already know what I want to do, and you guys don't. That's not fair to you guys. Thinking out loud is good content? Saying no a lot ain't. Don't beat yourself up. Okay, that's like saying don't be Gregory anymore. Like that, I'm no longer me if I'm not beating myself up. That's like my only like consistent personality trait. All right, we're running south. Come on, they're getting closer. The Marksdwarves are in position. Yep, they are. Bolts are flying. I don't know why Shrek ran in, but it's punching the Forgotten Beast and bruising it. It is winded. It can't stand, and it cannot breathe. Wouldn't it be funny? He didn't. Punches the Forgotten Beast. He keeps ending up in combat. Huh. Well, okay then. He's not in the military, so I don't know why he's doing this. But this happens like kind of a lot. Shrek has the heart of a hero. He's trying his best, okay? Maybe he could equip a single bolt. Is he war trained? No, that's not possible. You can't war train them. But it's not the first time he's ended up in a fight like that. Shrek's drunk. I mean, he punched it a couple times and dented it and bruised it, but I don't know. Somebody else became a Marksdwarf, an elite Marksdwarf, but I don't know if that necessarily counts as strong. I don't know if I'd go that far, I guess. Okay, I'm just going to mark these so I know where it's connected. Does he like to fight? No, he's just zany. I think he's just ended up in the same situation as fights a couple of times, and it's just very funny and obvious when he does it. But it, to my knowledge, it doesn't. He doesn't like have any real inclination one way or another. At least not when I read his description. I mean, he likes mischief and whatnot, and doesn't care about the law because he's a gremlin. But that's, I think, a species trait more so than like general gremlin traits. This I'm just gonna queue it up as a tomb. For the queen. Even though there's no actual coffin in it just yet. You mean the queen? Yes, that's what I mean, but when I say mischief, I mean mischief. Miss Boss Lady. Oops. He values decorum, harmony, is bashful, good with language, slow to anger, is injured. Oh, are you actually going to go to the hospital and get tended to? Because fuck me, that'd be funny. Oh shit, hold on. He then went and... Wait. Okay, so he just went and killed a Crundle? Chad, he killed a Crundle. By punching it in the head. And now he has a name. I have no thoughts on animation in fort mode. Whatever the devs want to add is what they want to add. And if they add stuff, they add stuff. If they don't, they don't. That... Huh. I'm kind of flabbergasted. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of flabbergasted. Well then. That's impossible, Caesardes. There's no interspecies romance. I mean, we could, like, blurb that together with our brain. You also worship some deity named Atur. What the heck is Atur? Who is Atur? God of mountains and caverns. So he worships the god of mountains and caverns. He's joined the faction officially now. Or joined a faction, the Obstinate Rampart. Is that us? Can't actually remember. What is my faction? Yes. Huh. And he's also a competent fighter. He's crying. His lower leg is dented. I have a very important thing to find out. Dang it. Can I add him to squads? I think I can make him the captain of the guard, though. If he joins the fortress proper, but actually, now that I look at that, it doesn't look like he has. So he's joined the fortress because he has a name, but he hasn't, like, actually petitioned for citizenship yet. Oh, also he's gone. Where'd he go? Shrek? Although now that he has a name, he can attend meetings and whatnot. Maybe now he's gonna go join the fort potentially. It's really funny how, like, having a gremlin in your fort just, like, completely, like, shifts the focus. It's like, what the fuck's he gonna do? At least for me, it does. I'd like to join for the purpose of acquiring pants, potentially. Okay, well, now he's having a meeting with the mayor. So he's probably going to ask to join. Moose Moose! Thanks for the 31st month.
Crypt Wambler.
Nope, just yelled at somebody in charge. Never mind. Well, I do need him to join the fort before anything else can happen. Moose Moose, thank you very much for the 31st month. Appreciate you. Thanks for the Wamblers. I hope you've been well. I wonder. Yeah. I can't make him into a hunter or anything in there. Because I would totally make him into a Markscob. Oh my gosh. That's going to be an expensive artifact. Sapphires, rubies, hemp, sheep's wool. Crundle bone. Gremlin from Air. He's got a lot of talking to do before he can get to that point. I don't see that a gremlin being the strongest soldier or anything, or even being a particularly good soldier, because they are tiny. And size has a lot to do with strength in Dwarfort. Cougar Woman, as you say in the YouTube chat, Snowstar, would be a pretty effective soldier, yeah. But I don't see a gremlin being super effective just because of how tiny they are. If they were bigger, then yeah, that would probably be more effective, but they're just tiny. So I'm up to 55 frames a second again, which is lovely, by the way. This is a gem artifact, yeah. We started off with sapphires too, so it'll be a sapphire artifact. Oh yeah, no, I'm not going to doubt their bravery. It's that their intelligence I might, but I'll have to check in on that again in a minute. That's going to be an interesting one. But yeah, trust me, I never doubted the bravery of said gremlin. I am, however, going to build a stockpile right here. And this is going to be for obsidian blocks. Maybe, yeah, just obsidian. To speed up this construction process. Gem workshop. So gem cutters, because he's an expert gem cutter. Often they just make perfect gems, or they just grab a gem and make something out of just a gem, but this dwarf is going many other places. I don't know, I think they're quite sane. I think that maybe Von Galactic's character kind of did the sanity of that gremlin a bit of disservice. I think the way that I've been thinking about it since I was talking about it earlier, chat. I think the way that I would do a succession fort game would be strictly a community succession fort game. And I would do the first 3 years and then pass it off to whoever's playing. And then they each do 1 year so that you'd have like a week to finish it. And then once every 3 weeks or 4 weeks, I would take it back. So it's sapphires, rubies, hemp cloth, sheep's wool, bismuth, crundlebone, fungi wood, jet blocks, forgotten beast leather. That or maybe even just 2 years. Like if I play slowly, I can do it. I could do 2 years in a stream for 6 hours. That's not hard. It's probably the way I would do it. So it'd be 1 week at a piece. 1 week a piece. Why are you hauling a corpse? Oh, it's a forgotten. Oh, you're butchering a forgotten beast. Damn. I get a ton of meats out of that. Make a yellow diamond chain and a yellow diamond cage. I've had quite a few cages. I've also had a lot of barrels, like diamond barrels over the years. Or maybe not diamond, but like gem barrels. Wrong tool. On how succession forts are documented. If you could just go to LP Archive and look at Boat Murdered, that's a very good example. But it's basically just, whenever an event happens, dramatize it and write 30 to 50, maybe 100 words about that event. So like, the first migrant wave arriving, is there any interesting members of that fort? The first squad arriving, or like the first squad being built, something notable about the person running the squad. You know, a fight breaks out because a creature attacks. What was it? How did it happen? Who died? You take screenshots, paste screenshots, and write little blurbs of text as you go. Or when you're done, if you're good at note-taking. That's basically it. It's like live blogging a fortress. Cooperatively. With the idea to tell a compelling story. But like, I don't know, if they ended up being good, I could also take the footage and the screenshots and make a video out of it, which wouldn't actually be that difficult to do. It'd probably be easier than most of the videos I make, if they're good. Well, I mean, you just upload them to Discord, right, Audra? Because they're not that big, usually. So you'd have, like, the full history of it. The other way you could do it is using the Dwarf Fortress database, which is Dwarf Fortress File Depot, I think is the actual name of it. I don't know why I always call it the database, but the Dwarf Fortress File Depot. Because, like, it's free, and it's right there, and it fits the saves. But yeah, I don't know. I'm worried about somebody disappearing more than anything. Yeah. I don't know. I'll think about it over the weekend, this weekend, I think. See if I can come up with something. I'm gonna have lots of thinking to do while I'm setting up my new NAS. Animal inaccessible? What? What weather are we trying to give what animal are we trying to give water to? Also, Shrek's off worshipping now, which is kind of funny in and of itself. He feels wonder after worshipping what? After worshipping his god. Also wants to cause trouble. I don't know how they fill the cause trouble need. Maybe like insulting people? I wonder. I mean, yeah, like I said, you'd back up the save every time you upload it. It's not like you'd delete it. You think it's the argument? Yeah. I mean, probably the best way to do it would just be to skip the... Like, if somebody doesn't turn in the save on time, you just skip them and move on to the next person. And have some people that would be willing to jump in if needed. Because I'd want it to just be a community thing. Like, I don't want to specifically seek out content creators. For two reasons. One, there's not actually that many of us. And two... I think it's more valuable as a community thing. Kind of in general. If that makes any sense. Definitely be fun to have a little lottery thing where people have a common theme to string entries together, like how Boat Murdered was written in journal entries from leaders. Oh, true. Yeah, like the perspective of the fortress kind of thing. Snowstar. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, Boat Murdered is written kind of interestingly, even though some of the writing is terrible, but it's fun to read in that kind of way, in the same way that it's fun to read a lot of internet forums. It was the Crundle, by the way, that he killed. The gremlin killed that Crundle. Out in abundance, I only just saw that message, but yeah, it was in fact that Crundle, the one that killed the forgotten beastie. But yeah, I don't know. There's also like this would be very silly, sudden, and dumb, and probably not something I should do, but if there's enough interest, I'd be willing to start one tomorrow. It's kind of the like sidebar here, I guess. Because I am also looking for something to do on Saturdays, because, as I've said, I can tell when people are starting to be tired of watching a particular fortress. It is summertime. But it would certainly need, like, a series of volunteers. So, I don't know. I guess the main question I have is, like, how many people is a good number? Because if everybody gets a week, it could take, like, a month for it to loop back around. Despite having played an unhealthy amount of DF. The only real, like, A+ necessary thing I would say is that it has to be vanilla content. I mean, you could use graphics packs or whatever. That doesn't matter, I don't think. But, like, matching mods would be difficult and painful. That was a problem I ran into with the community forts a lot back in the day. But yeah, I don't know. There should be no mods. I think I just did. You're getting sleepy. Hi, Sleepy. Where does one get Sleepy? I didn't know you could purchase Sleepy. Is Doc aware of this? How about Grumpy? Drugstore. It's called. It's what, NyQuil, right? I tend to only get sleepy after I don't sleep well, so. You will switch to bed mode? Well, you have fun in bed mode. Snooze good. Hope your walk was good too. So that goes as far as here. So that's about as far down as we need to go. What the shit? My god. I just saw a dwarf fly through that tube. Well, see ya. Chat, you guys were wondering how long we would last at, 100 dwarves? Well, that's your answer. About 2 seasons. It was a very sudden death, I gotta tell you. I gotta say, that was a quick one. I don't even think that dwarf knew it hit them. Ice Blue's also seriously injured, but I'm sure that's recoverable. I would say that that would be incredibly complicated to manage at that point, because then suddenly you're managing 2 succession forts. I think the only way that I could do more than one is if I, like, okay, so if there's 12 people that are interested and then 3 people for each group, or 4 people for each group, I start 1 a week for 5 weeks, and then loop around. Or, sorry, 1 a week for 3 weeks, and then on the 4th week, you go back to the first one. That would be the only way that I could feasibly do that. Or, like, imagine doing that, I suppose. That dwarf literally fell. Like, that's not even just a fallen dwarf. That dwarf literally fell. A vile force of... what? Who? When? Where? Has arrived, allegedly. I don't see it. I'll believe it when I see it. Ah. A vile force of a snatcher! Save the children! You'll never make it out of the fort alive, goblin. Straight up. You will never make it out. And the first and only bolt that I know of that was fired missed. So, well, I'm sure he's gone now. Also, my population dropped by 2, not 1. So... Also, the gem cutter has created Azral Robar Erush Akos, a sapphire grate, and offers it to the enjoyable knowledge. The queen ain't very happy with her room, so I will put that up here. Oh, that's cool looking. Are they stealthing? No, it was just thieves. It was just thieves. Nothing major. Well, this is 53,600 dwarf bucks. This is a sapphire grate. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval jet cabochons and decorated with crundled bone, and encircled with bands of table-cut star rubies. This object menaces with spikes of sapphire and bismuth and bronze. On the item is an image of Ingush Axe-Attic, the dwarf, and dwarves in sheep's wool. Ingush Axe-Attic is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Ingush Axe-Attic to the position of queen of the obstinate rampart in 56. On the item is an image of a finger lime tree in fungi wood. On the item is an image of fortress basements, the large slick metal right glove. The queen, Agatha, is satisfied with her position here. Everything is properly royal and properly furnished, and her tomb doesn't have a coffin in it. And yet, a true ruler requires 7 symbols, not of this world. And a true throne. Mere steel will not suffice. Deeper! We must dig deeper. I think it's fitting that's got an image of her becoming queen. The item is an image... Oh, the image of the glove is in Forgotten Beast leather. You deleted your message? Oops. I mean, if somebody wanted to do like an alternate timeline, all they'd have to do is download the save file and move it, right? All right, so there's a room in my Discord called Succession Games. I'm gonna put out a ping in that room. And if you're interested in taking part in something like this, just go respond in there. All right. Elven Caravan has arrived. Actually, do I have any strange metal bars? I have 7 of one of those. I think they've all been made into artifacts, but... Doesn't seem like it. Did they change the color of Electrum? It's like darker. What? You're too bad to participate in Succession? I mean, if you're too bad self-identifying, I guess it depends on what you mean by bad. As in, like, you don't want to write? Yeah, then don't participate. But you don't necessarily need to be good at the game. Let's just go all the way down to here. Go down to the Queen's Tomb. Whoops. This looks dope, actually. Let's just get her sarcophagus in there. My little gremlin he's constantly yelling at people in charge. What's your speaking skills? Dabbling? Not great. Also just gonna jump up to here and bring, I don't know, a couple gems. Just a bunch of gizzard stones, that's funny. A team wants to attend a meeting. It's probably saying, "Give me the keys to the fortress!" Or something like that. Holy responses. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The question would be, how big do we make the worlds? Because that would be enough for 2. I think we should give them whatever we want. Yeah. Because I would probably, I think honestly the best way to do it would just be to make threads in the form for it. No, I've got my own private Discord server. The Halcyon one's a bigger community one that gets used for some things several times a year. It's that one. The Halcyon Frequency Discord is for my stream team. We host an annual charity event. And sometimes other things. Sometimes game jams. Brought a beaver. Some tree frogs. Brought a giant dingo. I'll buy whatever giant things they bring. Wait, is that a breeding pair of Kias? Hold on. No, it is not. Motherfuckers. That would have been too funny. Now, I'll buy the other beaver, so I can have a beaver with my beaver. Because I got 2 beavers now. Trade. I'm gonna be completely honest with you, Suited Giraffe. I don't get what you're saying at all right now. I mean, I do, but like, I don't understand, 1, why that would be necessary in the first place, and 2, what's with all the weirdly, like, psychotic threats? It's making me uneasy, man. You're making me question why I download files onto my computer that you send me. I don't think TeamSpeak is really an alternative for Discord because TeamSpeak doesn't, like, requires a server to run it. Like, paying for server hosting for TeamSpeak is not cheap. Because if you put a dot something, Twitch links it, see? Thing, dot, stuff. All I'm saying, Suited Giraffe, is what you're saying is just making me ignore what you're saying. That's what I'm saying. So you can say whatever you want to say, but it is making me, like, pay less attention to what you're saying. I was actually looking into TeamSpeak recently as, like, other alternatives to Discord, but at this point, like, having spent a bunch of time looking into alternatives for Discord, I don't think there is ever going to be an alternative for Discord. There's just going to be Discord, and Discord might suck for a lot of reasons. And I think that some people will go to other platforms, but I don't think there'll ever fully be an alternative for Discord until there is something that is as streamlined as and as moderatable as Discord, and that doesn't really exist. Every one of the like actual like flat alternatives for Discord have kind of horrendous moderation. Which kind of just makes them unusable. TeamSpeak has always charged as a server hosting thing. Well, it's not that like they charge for server hosting. Like their business, like it is self-hosted. Like you have to host it. So it's not that TeamSpeak themselves do it. It's you have to like pay somebody else to host it, and it's by the user count. So it's like you can have a maximum of like 100 people in your server for like $15 a month, which is like it's useful if you need like VoIP for like a FPS game or something, but like, and you need 0 delay. But I don't know, I'm not gonna fucking pay for that. They're just generally for enterprise, or they have moderation problems. Anyway, this is besides the point. Let's keep the topic focused on succession forts. I think that's the useful direction here. That Matrix self-hosted or Matrix not self-hosted is not really viable because of its moderation problems, Shadow Absorber. But like I said, I don't really want to talk about this. I don't know why we're talking about this. I think that we were having a lovely discussion about succession games and something that we could do tomorrow to try and build a weekly community activity. And Suited Giraffe showed up with a giant naked sumo wrestler and dropped it in a bucket of kidney beans in the middle of the place and went, "I'm gonna fuck up your computer, Lamau!" We don't need your software, thanks. You also really don't need any automation for this. This is a very basic thing. What games other than Dwarf Fortress have people done succession things? RimWorld. I mean, this is what I get for permitting like sysadmins and like tech support people in my chat. The second you allow like Linux people, there's always gonna be somebody going like, "You could install Suicide Linux, you motherfucker." Yeah, probably any major strategy game would make sense. You know what's ironic? I get more followers on Blue Sky by like by a factor of like 10 than I ever did on Twitter, so. I would argue, though, that Instagram is probably a better place to advertise crafts. That or they left too early, I don't know. Mastodon, I'd agree, but Blue Sky's quite active. I just realized Succession 4. Anyway, thanks for ruining the lovely discussion we were having, sir. Fuck you, man. You'll just stick to what you know back to editing. Appreciate it. I say that with love in my heart and annoyance in my voice. Anyways, how do we do signups for this? Do you guys want to organize this yourself? Or, like, who has some free time to play Dwarf Fortress for a couple hours a week for the next 6 weeks who posted that they're interested in the thingy? Or does somebody want to take over the organization of this? Because I could make a forum. What are you? Meanwhile, Snowstar in YouTube chat says arranges tiles in a way that runs a code when the game loads a fort. You solemnly swear that you only use scripts to, and then asterisk to convert blueprint files for DFHack, if allowed in Photoshop. I mean that's fine. I would just say like please don't over automate things. Well, as long as it's not gonna break the save file, it's fine. Like within reason. Just don't like break things. Yeah, hold on. I'll just real quickery dickery make a Google Docs sign up sheet. Unless somebody in chat wants to do it. No, not Microsoft. Google Forms, thanks. DuckDuckGo for putting the thing at the top that I didn't want. Basically, like, we'd need your Discord name. Because we can also, like, crowdsource this a little bit. Does 2 years seem reasonable to finish in a week, chat? Because I could spend 2 years in a fortress easily in 6 hours for a stream. I mean, I would start the fort. I would start the world. We'd come up with, like, a writing idea or theme, I guess. I think nicknaming would only be done to forward the story, so don't just, like, name all the dwarves after your cats or whatever. Like, try and keep it, like, within the realm of the universe, I suppose. Cronky Roast withdraws from society. Okay, hold on. Let's just go. Short answer. Discord handle. And then I will do a second question, which is just going to be some checkboxes. Which is just going to be, do you have time for 2 years of gameplay during your turn? Yes. No. I mean, no is just like an instant exclusion. And then ping those people, and the first person to reply will get the torch passed to them. True. You could also do this in a much more chaotic fashion, where instead of having, like, 4 people rotating, you could just have, like, 20 people in a list, and then just each person gets it for one segment. You could do it that way, and just try and get as many people playing as possible. I guess, like, the question would be, what happens if the fortress falls? I guess, like, you write the story of the ending, pretty much. Because there's also, this would be a very silly content hack for me. People like it when I start new forts. I start new fort, you guys fuck it up, and then I read the whole story and then start the next fort when it's time to start over. That would be really dumb. And then maybe adventure through the ruins. I don't know. See what the fuck happened 10 years later or whatever. Nah, I kind of want to do I want to see the middle parts of it. I kind of dig that, but also I want to see the middle of it. I want to be able to play it more than once. That's kind of my... I kind of want to be able to return. I guess the question is, would you guys prefer to have multiple concurrent games? Or would you prefer to just be on a list? And then every Friday I play it. And then ping the next person on the list and say, hey, do you want to take part? Because that could be a way we do it, which would be a lot less organization. This is the next strange mood. Some more migrants have arrived despite the danger. Holodorfia. That's a novice mace dwarf. Brings us back up to 101. $105. $106. Yeah, twitching hour. We just take the least fucked one? Nah, because like that turns it into a contest then. I don't want people to like be sad if I don't pick their save file. I think like the most logical way to do this that I see is I just play on Fridays and then you guys we just select somebody different each week. Because then it's just like a really big community game. And then if somebody like is unable to play their turn, or if somebody isn't free that week, you just ping the next person in the list and then go back to that person the week later. Because then it's less commitment. You're not required to play every week. It would, or every 2 weeks or whatever. You don't need to remember. It's just if it's your turn that week, you get it, and then you play, basically. Could chat do a vote who goes to? Nah, because then popularity votes would come in. I think it would just be a like, either we do a draw or something of who gets to play the next round. Until it falls and we start a new one. Neither. And it also solves the backups problem. So then although if there's no like strict time limit, and then theoretically people could just take turns as frequently as they want while like during the week goes on. So if somebody's really efficient and finishes it the same day and reposts it and pings the next person, you could also just do it that way. Like if 2 people take a turns over the weekend, it could just kind of perpetually keep running until the Friday when I take over. And it would give me the opportunity on the start to kind of give a template for what we want worth of screenshots and information, because it's going to be a lot more slow-paced gameplay, screenshotting and whatnot. We could just pin the sign-up sheet for people who are interested, or the read-only Google Doc for Discord names. Or I could just have it, I guess. Well, I don't know. Then somebody could just submit a slur. Maybe we just open up the sign-up sheet and then close it? for like the first season. So you'd have like maybe all of the stream tomorrow to sign up. I'm just kind of spitballing ideas here. Because, like, I know we'll definitely have people that are interested that want to play. And then we can just get the read-only list, and then if we hit the end of the list of people who've signed up, then, I don't know, I could either open it or close it again, or once we get through the whole list of people, we then just loop back around to the beginning. This is the turn order, and you have a week to finish, but if you can finish the 2 years as quick as you want and just ping the next person when you're done. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I think that's the way that makes the most sense to me anyway. Based on kind of how we've been talking about this. Well, I mean, like that's kind of the idea, right? Legendary is like the first person selected, I don't think will have a problem, right? If, like, okay, so we have person 1, person 2, person 3, person 4, person 5. I start. I generate the world. I do the embark. I set up the basics of the fortress. Then play 2 years. And document as much as possible. Make it very clear what the format looks like. Then ping the first person on the list on the dock. We could also scramble it. And say, you're up, here's the save file. And then they have a week to finish it, but if they finish it the same day or within 2 days, then they can repost it and ping the next person. Yeah? So, like, if we don't hear back, then you just skip that person and move on to the next person. So that's the failsafe. So if person 3 isn't there, then you skip to person 4, and then when person 5 is done, you go back to person 1. So if you miss your slot, you miss your slot, basically. And like worst case scenario, nobody plays for the week. And that's not terrible. Really. No, totally. I mean, it would take a long time to finish a fort, but for whatever it's worth, I've been playing this fort since May. So, like, it doesn't really change much, man! But I think it would also be really fun to be able to read through it, right? And, like, see... It would change up the streaming for me quite a bit. I mean, yeah, I don't know how we do the initial name selection or ordering, but there's a trillion different ways we could do it. Romanoid. There's a that's what she said joke in there somewhere. Cracker Snacker in YouTube chat. As long as it comes back around to me. Totally. I kind of like the idea of making it almost like a relay race. Where, yeah, you have the time limit, but if you are able to pass it on to the next person, then it just continues. I kind of really like that idea. Because it kind of removes a lot of the concerns I have with running community games like this, which is just people losing interest in stopping. Dropping out, kind of. Community fueled stories, yeah. I think the only issue that I really see is if I'm gonna take a day off, it's gonna be Friday. But you know, then if I skip a week, then it just keeps rotating, right? Like people just keep passing it on until you know the next round runs around. The relay idea keeps the interest up for sure. I mean, I don't know if it necessarily keeps the interest up, but it solves a lot of problems, I guess. A lot of, like, logistics problems. Yeah, it just means I've got more to read at the start. That's all it would really mean. Sorry, the YouTube chat's getting put into horny jail for being horny on main. But yeah, no, I think we can work with this. Some of the best original DF story series were from round robin games. No, absolutely, Ragnarok, you're correct. Is Steam down for anyone else? I mean, it's Thursday. That's not. Uh-oh. The Marsh Titan, Makuba, Lafaripsli, Liz, Awime, Imepe has come. A towering feathered ribbon worm. It has a square shell and it moves about carelessly. Its russet feathers are downy. Beware its webs. Uh-oh. Webs. Webs. No, it's a Titan, not a Hydra. The Ape of Wax. Huh. It's got a lot of notable kills. Killed a Necromancer? Damn, dude. As well as 25 other things. Downy Unstoppable. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to get all of these Marks Dwarves patrolling the top wall. Chat room, we need a lot of bolts. Crossbows to the battlements. Taylor, thanks for the 43rd. Welcome back. Appreciate you, dude. But yeah, I think we'll start this tomorrow. I think we can do that. So you just have to keep them at a safe distance. You know, it's just like trying to get rid of a cobra in your house. You just stay away from the sharp end. Watch it just walk right into my fort and fucking kill everybody. Jesus. Was it RXN? The bolt strikes the Marsh Titan in the body, bruising the brain. Good shot there, Dwarf. I got into an argument with Shrek. Uh-huh. Of course you did. I can't describe the contempt I feel as he, like, one taps a Titan. What are you doing, my Dwarf? Exactly. Oh, fuck me. Okay. I got into an argument with Stukos, RX, and the lovely Price, and that's exhilarating. Yeah, yeah, you did. You twit. He probably tried to flatter him. Dabbling flatterer. Maybe not the best person to, maybe not the best, dwarf to get into arguments with, because he can just, fucking snipe you from across the map with a bolt. Exactly, Implode. Lost an argument with a gremlin named Shrek. Not just Shrek, a gremlin named Shrek. How's stream? Pretty good. I mean, we have a gremlin, we're digging deeper, we're prepping for a Hammer of Armok in the basement. It's got a lot more bricks to bring over. I'm nobody's messenger boy. I'm a delivery boy. Sends to Afterlife same day shipping. I'm also going to do this real quick, because I have a feeling that they will actually finish quicker if I restart this a little bit. Because, oops, there's now some much closer obsidian, because I brought it down. I just clicked the wrong tool. I feel like the gremlin would make a very good water boy, you know? Turns from the argument and then goes back to watering, yeah. Yeah, the best part about running a community succession game is we would also very quickly figure out how bad at writing I am. And then, like, yeah. Because I kind of, when writing, I kind of write the way I talk, which is not good for writing, turns out. How bad blind community is at writing? Yeah. Collective writing. But yeah, I think that's what we're going to do tomorrow. Is we will start up a Dwarf Fortress community game. I'll figure out some assets and things. We'll make a separate Discord room for it and get to it. I think that's the plan for tomorrow. I guess the only question is, like, is there a particular theme that we'd want to do? If we want to be actually stupid, we could do, like, some really silly challenges. I guess it kind of depends on, like, how complicated we want the survival to be. Like, should we weight this towards, I guess, harder gameplay or easier gameplay? Because, like, when I play normally, I play with, like, minerals on scarce. Like, should we play with more common minerals? I don't know what you guys generally play with. Because people have different ways of storytelling. My coworker is to make a short story long type of vibe. I don't know what that means, but... Like, what kind of mineral scarcity do you guys like? Because I kind of feel like we should lean it towards easier gameplay, right? You have a nice pile of schist? What a shisty way to live. But what is actually going on? So, I need to, like, get this written down somewhere, which I haven't done yet. Tomorrow, like, I've been prototyping I've been thinking about this kind of for most of today now, I guess. And we've been yelling back and forth. But the idea is making a community Dwarf Fortress succession fort. The reason I'm thinking about doing this is this fort's going to take me a while to finish. And while I'm enjoying this fort, we need something else that isn't just me playing another fort. Because if I just play another fort, I know views will be better on another fort, and I will just end up playing that other fort. Because it's harder to convince people to watch late game stuff. So kind kind of have been thinking and then started chatting with chat a little bit ago about the idea of doing a community succession fort, which is just like Boat Murdered, where you trade a save file. But the thing that was stumbling me on it was like, how do we do it and how do we make it take a reasonable amount of time? And the idea that we've settled on is tomorrow I will start a new world and embark a new fortress. And once I embark that new fortress, we have a new artifact, which is a hemp sock! Great. This is a hemp sock. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushion cabochons and studded with gold and encircled with goblin cap and encircled with bands of cushion granite cabochons and round brilliant cut rose quartzites. It is made from hemp cloth. This object is adorned with hanging rings of spore tree. On the item is an image of mangroves and hemp. On the item is an image of Rosmo gift showers, the dwarf and dwarves in hemp. On the Rosmo gift showers is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of Rosmo to the position of Baron of the Obstinate Rampart in the early autumn of 1057. On the item is an image of dwarves in native gold. On the item, the dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of SKULLPONDERS by the curse of knowing in the lean paddles in the early spring of 1070. And the idea would be, instead of like the way a lot of succession games work, which is you have a week to finish it, I'll make a Google sign-up sheet. And if you have time to play, I haven't decided between a year or 2 years, but I'm going to play 2 years. If you have time to play at an amount of time of Dwarf Fortress, then what you would do is you would sign up, and then I'll start the fort, and then I ping the first person on the list of people available. Then they have 1 week to finish, but the asterisk is you guys have as much time to, or you can take as many turns as you want. So like the first person finishes their slot, they then ping the next person, then they can finish their slot, then they ping the next person, then they finish their slot, then they ping the next person, then they finish their slot. So if 5 people or 10 people play in a row, in a week somehow, which would be ridiculous, then theoretically quite a lot of time could pass quite quickly. However, if somebody doesn't show up or somebody doesn't respond within X amount of time, maybe 2 days, then we just skip them and move on to the next person on the list. And when we hit the end of the list, once signups are closed, then we just start over until the fort ends. But it's more of a creative writing exercise and storytelling exercise, like community roleplay exercise, I guess, than it is a like challenge fort idea. So the idea would be you write down everything that happens, you take screenshots and you share it in the Discord server, and we'll have tons of backups because we'll just be sharing them in either the Dwarf Fortress file depot or just on the Discord server. It doesn't really matter, either or. Probably the file depot actually is a better place to do it. So that's what's happening. You can always switch it up for future succession runs based on how the game goes. Totally. I mean, I would want it to stay in the same world because it'd be fun to have like a community world, you know? Because then you're slowly building up lore and also like a chronicle of everything that happens. Because like the idea of a succession fort is it's a short amount of time that you play, but you take a long time playing that short period of time, right? Like normally in Dwarf Fortress, like I could clear 3 years in a stream pretty easily, especially once forts get bigger. But like I'm not following everything that happens. So it's a shorter period of time so that you take your time so that you witness as many small things happening as possible, basically, that you can chronicle. Yeah. I mean, maybe don't, like we should avoid like resurrecting biomes. I don't know. I was thinking like maybe just build a tavern. Like that could be the whole shtick at the start, is just build a tavern. Because that would lead to chaos. And then if the fortress falls, then that following Friday, I adventure to it or we start a new fort in the same world. And then the cycle continues. So Cracker Snatcher Hardcore in YouTube chat says that they play in hard mode. Does that mean that you play with oven mitts on blindfolded? I don't know what hard mode means for Dwarf Fort. Good to get info from tavern keepers boozing up visitors. Oh, totally. I don't even have eyes anymore. Oh my god. It's just pencils now. Thank you, in abundance. But like my whole concern with like doing something like this over the years has just been, how do you handle the logistics of people no showing? And just kind of the relay race style of just, you just ping the next person in the list. Assuming there's enough people willing and able to take part, that is very achievable. And like, as an example, if person 1 finishes their playthrough on Sunday and pings person 2, and Friday rolls around, I'm not going to ping person 3, I would pass it to person 2. Howdy, Chris. Thanks for the $2 in the YouTube chat. Appreciate you. Yeah, I think that's kind of... I think for the person that follows me, yeah, but maybe in the week it doesn't matter so much? I don't know. Like, should midweek people have a time limit before they get skipped? Because I think some people have jobs. That's kind of my only real concern, I guess. Because some people, like, you know, if it keeps landing on a Wednesday and you have 24 hours to respond, then, like, you know, you have to take the kids to school in the morning, you work for 10 hours on Wednesday, then you have to make dinner in the evening, you have an hour commute, and then you have, like, 25 minutes in the evening to, like, breathe after you take the dog for a walk, mow the lawn, and I don't know, go grocery shopping. Yeah, I feel like... I feel like it should be pretty lax during the week. Yeah, and then you add in time zones. I think it should be pretty lax during the week, time limit-wise. Like, only the first person that I ping has a 24-hour window to respond. Like, even if it takes them 4 days to start playing, they have a 24-hour window to respond. After the Friday. Because then you're also in the weekend as well, so there's no excuse. How dare you have a life? I think that seems reasonable, no? People could also list their availability. See, that's when we get to the amount of... I would actually... What I would say is if... If you're not able to do, like, either a 24 or 48-hour window response after the Friday, just don't participate at that point. Like, I think, like, it's either a yes or a no. I'm not going to fucking sit here and build a schedule. That's the reason I don't want to do it. Or I haven't wanted to do this for so long, I guess. Is I don't want to build a schedule for people. I don't want to look at availability and make, like, a fucking lettuce meet or something. Like, I'm sorry, I don't have the brain for that shit. I just do not care. If you don't have the availability, like, I guess, like, the minimum amount of gameplay that's required is, like, your segment at some point during the week. But if you can get it done quicker, it could skip to the next person. Basically, that's, like, the bonus round, not the obligation, I suppose. And we're dealing with multiple skill levels, multiple... primary languages and global time zones. So, no, I don't want to, like, the second I start taking people's schedules is when I kind of go, eh. I think 48 hours is fair though. Like, if 48 hours from Friday, you ping the next person in the list, and if that person finishes their save and they ping the next person, and the next person can't take it, I don't skip that next person. Yeah, and if somebody's like, oh, fuck, I can't do it, we can just, like, swap them. That's fine. Like, as long as you respond, we can, like, swap people in the list, right? So, like, if person 2 is like, I'm in, I don't know, Antarctica this week. Can't play. Okay, when will you be back? Well, I'll be back next week. Okay, so we'll just, like, swap you in the next person. Whatever. Like, that's fine. Or put people into 2 categories, those who have jobs and those who don't. Hi, it's me. I'm not gonna. I don't need people to dox their employment. That's or their employment status, I guess. Yeah, the biggest trouble then is complete no-shows, which is why you have the 488-hour time limit, and then you just get skipped. But, you know, if you pop in later and you're like, oh, fuck, you know, I was busy, like, you know, no real harm done there. I guess at this point, if you're signing up, I would presume that you have time. You know? Like, that's kind of the gist that I get. Sorry, I just got a message I need to respond to real quick. Uh-oh. It's just thieves, it's fine. Somebody was planning to move a payment from Patreon to a different platform, and they wanted a refund really quick, so just wanted to do that. Okay. The wood block sound, yeah. Is that what it is? Like a wood block colliding with a wood block? Okay. I'm going to start collecting my Marksdwarfs together because we're going to do a Hammer of Armok in a minute here. Computer's making an odd sound. Like a very odd sound. It's making like an odd clicking sound that I'm not used to. Hit the PC. It might fall off my desk. That would be bad. May also just... It kind of sounds like a fan. Because it's happening at about the same frequency as one of my fans, so that's my current concern. Run a hard drive health check or pure SSD? Everything that matters is an SSD. But I don't know. We were talking about doing that earlier today because I was getting some weird rendering errors while trying to render the interview last night. All right, well, let's do a pretty big cave-in. Let's do a pretty damn large Hammer of Armok. Except for that poor dwarf, who's having a rough day. Who's ready, chat? You like watching things go crash? How about watching things go bandicoot? I prefer watching things go crash. I don't know about you, but... Also, we've cleared the daily minimum by $2. So, yay. I taught you the first 100 hours. Well, happy to help. Howdy, Chris. Yeah, no. The second it's like Cloud King, the second it becomes like a scheduling thing like that, I'm not going to bother. I think just giving people a week to finish is the way to do it here. Now the clicking stopped. Deep within this strange place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure
501. Now
of the
you
gods.
can beat the minimum by $7.
This is true. 2 of them, 3 of them. We've checked for heat. What devilry is this? Something evil is emerging from this newly exposed pocket. Something else evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. We checked the stone for heat. What devilry is this? Whoopsies. We've got a warthog brute and a dark chestnut demon. The dark chestnut demon is a very large hairy lizard. It has a pair of spindly antennae and it squirms and fidgets. Its dark chestnut hair is long and straight. Beware its deadly blood. Jack, can I get a round of beers? For the $5 and penny. Congratulations on holding that #1 spot. Over here we've got a very large nose... Wait, what? We got a warthog... Hold on. Hold on. Dark chestnut demon and a warthog brute. The dark chestnut demon is... a large lizard. Okay. And then we got the warthog brute, which is a noseless warthog with deadly spit. And then if I go down, how far have we made it? Because like a lot of this is caving in down in here. Got a fire, because that diamond in there, that's on fire. We've also like busted all the way down into here, which is neat. All of this is now exposed as well. That's kind of cool. There goes all the blocks. Uh-oh. Oh, I thought I hit a dwarf. Nope, just the warthog brute. Who's caught in a cloud of sapphire diamond. He's caught in clouds of gems. I mean, there's worse things to be caught in. That's probably somebody's dream, actually. It's like Diamonds in the Sky or whatever that song is. Split. Splat. He's bleeding and injured because he also got hit by a bunch of blocks. Got hit by a pile of bricks! Let's move these squads up to here. First critter is emerging. Is the other one still alive? Let's find out. Yep, they're both still alive. Although this one's maybe having a rough day. It's a little bloody. A human caravan is arriving. The Warthog Brute is coming up and has freshly entered the wrong neighborhood. And just like that, bolts start to fly. Many of them missing, but many of them landing true. The Warthog is getting full of iron bolts. And this dwarf, Resmit Witten, is too cool for crossbow school and forgot his crossbow. So is trying to punch it instead. And is dying almost instantly. We told him. We did tell him. Like, that's not wise there, Dwarf. That was a lot of bolts. Can I butcher that thing? Oh shit, there's a second one, isn't there? Where's the other one? Hold on. All right, Dwarvies, actually, please hang out for a second. Toasty! Indeed, he's going for a hot tub run. He's got moderate blood loss. I mean, he did get a chunk of Gabbros struck into his body, which shattered his body into an unrecognizable mass. He had dust? Yes. All in all, though, I think that first one went pretty well. Why don't I send the dwarves down to here? He's pretty far away from everything that is, like, logical and pretty far down. He's trying to go home, I bet. He's like, fuck this shit, I'm up, boys. Merchants are arriving and unloading their goods. The big D going for a big old swimmy. It's nighttime for you. We'll see you when we see you, Neezer. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Because there isn't... Oh, no, there is some ways in. Just trying to figure... I'm just wondering where he's going. Maybe you just needed a break. You know, you just need to go for a nice chill swim. Looking forward to testing out the crossbows. The crossbows are pretty great, let me tell you. This dark chestnut demon, let me tell you. Oh. The mayor's been reelected. We've also got an ad that just started. If it pops out, I will pause the game. Aha! Aha. Okay, so where is it in relation to other things? It's like at the other end, basically. I'm just gonna move these squads down to here. And then we're just gonna hold up for a sec. He's all nice and clean and from the lobby. Yeah. It's also a little faint and injured, you know? I mean, he does have a mangled tail and a mangled front leg. I mean, he's a very large hairy lizard after all. You know, if a lizard's hairy, is it still a lizard? Or maybe his name is just Harry. Hairy lizard! Get back here. Yeah, okay. It is beelining for us. Because it's already injured, I'm not too worried. I'm not too worried. Harry T. Lizard, you are so grounded, you have fallen beneath the crust of the earth. Although you know Harold is in trouble when his mom calls him Harold instead of Harry. Oh, now it really needs a bath. Okay, here come the Marks dwarves. Uh-oh. Maybe I should just move them back over here. Because it seems to just kind of be going this way, so why don't I move them here? There he goes. Oh. It's getting hit by bolts. Okay. Oh boy. Seems like only one of the dwarves has found it so far. And it's this dwarf, Asmil, who actually fell down. I actually don't like that spot. Let's just tell him to go stand here. Here it comes. Where is it? So it's dead. An iron bolt hits it in the neck, tearing the muscle and tearing the upper spine. It's firmly lodged in the wound. It breathes a blast of extract and falls over. I also don't know where its body is. Oh, there it is. Found it. Wow. Need somebody who's covered. Okay, this dwarf is covered in the extract. What happens to you? I'm choked on it. Well, that's not good. Vision is impaired. Nerve damage, maybe unrelated. The Merchants Guild have arrived. Just gonna ask them to keep bringing bolts. They want potash and water skins. I was gonna say they're probably gonna go for a bath. Sell that worm. The crow and the worm. Hey. And now what I got to do is I got to go all the way back down to that bottom layer. Well, maybe not all the way back down. I got to turn the water back on. I got a bunch to seal off up here. Because now there's a bunch exposed, but it's all exposed right here, and I need all of this sealed up. And the way to do that, or the way I'm going to do that, is by turning this water back on. It's a big dog. Yeah, it's a giant dingo. But yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. So I think the only thing that we really need to figure out is what kind of fortress and what kind of world do we want to generate for tomorrow for that community game. Because I see it as like the rules are as follows. I will make a Google forum and a Discord room specifically for this. The sign up form, you'll have all day tomorrow to sign up and get on the list. Then I'll lock the forum, or the forum rather, and then post the participants list. I ping the first person on the list after scrambling the order, after randomizing the order. Although there is a very real chance there ends up with like way too many people in it, but you have to be in the Discord server. Then we generate the world. I do the first 2 years. I post the save file and then ping person number 2 and do all the writing and stuff for the first round. And then person number 2 takes over. Mostly just due to moderation purposes, unless there's like a unique scenario. Not really, no, I'm kind of just thinking the best way to do it is to, the best way to do that would just be to, you know, once we have the list of participants, we have the list of participants. Also, hold on a second. Okay. I think like it would, like, people can join, but like I think the idea would just be you wait until the season ends or until the fort ends. And then you have a week to play your fort. Once you get pinged with 48 hours to respond that you'll do it. If you don't respond, we ping the next person in the list. And then when you finish your save file, upload it and then ping the next person. And if they have time, then they can play it before the Friday, and then I take however many people have gone in between, I take over on Friday. And I play 2 years. And then we repeat. With the rule being that you have to document as much as possible, and please don't break the save file. That's basically it. And we'll come up with theme tomorrow. Unless we want to think about that today. I kind of like the idea of just building a surface tavern to get to know the world. The Lua update is in the beta branch. On the surface, the Lua update isn't going to change the game at all. What it's going to do is it's expanding the moddability of the game. Expanding what is moddable about the game and how the game is moddable. That's what it's going to change. It's not going to change much in the way of like what the player sees minute to minute YouTube chat. I mean, you can use DF hack, but don't break the save. There are some scripts that will, like, permanently alter the save, like Armok's Blessing, which basically makes every single dwarf optimized forever. Like, don't use stress equals 0. Basically, don't cheat. I'd prefer you don't over-automate the game, because in the past I've had troubles loading save files, but I don't know if that still causes issues. Personally, I have nothing against you using DF hack. Just don't break the game. If you break the save file, I will be unimpressed. And look at you disapprovingly. You want to try and catch Forgotten Beast? That's kind of what I want to do with my next fort, actually. I mean, Captain Haddock, as one of the best Tintin characters, I do have to say, thank you just for being around to be able to be gifted one. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Loading work orders isn't really an issue. I mean, realistically, I have a feeling that most people's turns are going to start with them redoing all the work orders. Or at least some of them. Now suddenly I'm back down to 20 frames a second. Interesting. Do I have a cat somewhere that's, like, stuck? I'm just, like, prejudiced against cats. I've played this game for too long. Well, I mean, that didn't fix anything, but I don't know. There's also, like, no cancellations right now. Tons of thread being hauled and other various things. Lots of owned items being moved around. I mean, right now all I'm actually waiting on is this. Just this water. It's just the water. So what is it that makes you want to try and catch a beast, Silver Sheen? Is it just the, because of the colorations? The color changes? Or is there a particular reason? You want to embark in the taverns under a human town? You know, you say that you want to embark under a human town, but let me tell you, if you use embark anywhere to embark under a human town, have fun starting with 3 frames a second and then it never getting better. Because there will be so many entities on the map, like, you're probably gonna have 2,000 entities just on your map, which will demolish your frame rate. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think, like, when you're talking, like, very role-play-ish content like this, I think we should try and start with something that is very achievable. You know? What a place to play make-believe, child. Just whatever you do, don't slip. Just don't slip. This is a very dangerous place to slip. And filed your second insurance claim of the month, you're so angry. Oh, that sucks, dude. What happened? All right, this keeps flowing. So far, so good, though. Then it'll spill down into here and seal all this up. And then I can just start channeling all this in a giant square. Someone forced down your rear passenger side window. Oh, right. Yeah, okay. I remember that. That happened at home. Okay, so what just happened now? It's probably a little bit more complicated than what I would do. But yeah, I'll make something very similar to that. Snowstar. Snowstar made a little sign-up sheet template idea and plopped it in the Discord. That's maybe a little bit more complicated than what I would do even, but... Must infuriate. Oh, that does. That's just like... That's like primally frustrating, you know? Like, that's frustrating just on like the most human level. That sucks, dude. I'm sorry that happened. The good news is we figured out what we're gonna do tomorrow, and I think chat's excited. Chat, are you excited? Who plans to take part? Or who's gonna sign up tomorrow? I mean, you're not allowed. I've like I'm Suited Giraffe is banned from the community games based on threats of fucking up computer. I don't know. I mean, if you want to take part, you can, but like, I don't get the gist that you want to take part. I think you just seem excited, which is totally fair. Although maybe you could just be like that one guy that lives in town here whose car is almost entirely covered in duct tape. You could be like, there's also a duct tape car in Seattle, so you could be like the duct tape car people. Just like slowly start covering your car in duct tape. So tomorrow I am going to start a new fortress, and it's going to be a community succession fort. So what we're going to... The format's pretty simple. Oh, shit. Yo. Tomorrow we're going to start a succession fort. The plan is to... Essentially, the plan is to... I'll generate a new world. We'll decide on size and mineral frequency and whatnot. Then I will have a sign-up sheet tomorrow, which you'll be able to fill out tomorrow. And the structure is going to be as follows. There will be a room in Discord where everybody will chronicle their portions. I will set the template and do the first session. Once you're signed up, when I finish my session, I will ping the next person in the list after I reorder the list. The first person, and then they respond, and then they'll have 48 hours to respond. Then they play a 1-year segment, and then they ping the next person on the list, because I'll close the signups after the Friday probably, unless we need more for some reason. Then they ping the next person on the list, then they have 48 hours to respond, and then they can play their session. And then they ping the next person, and then they have 48 hours to respond. However, once you have the 48 hours to respond, you have the whole week to finish it until Friday. And after that first person, if the next person they ping can't do it, then that's who I ping next. So basically it's like you have a week to play it in theory, but we can kind of like overdrive it in a way if there's enough signups, because I have no idea how many signups we're gonna get. It might just be like one person plays a week and that's fine. But like if we get, 24 people signed up, then if you have time, you can do your turn midweek if you want. I will play once a week and read everything that everybody else has done. And that's a vampire with a fell mood. Killed with style, the vampire looses a roaring laughter. Fell. And terrible. I mean, that's worse nightmare material, so let's not curse it just yet. So he's also in prison. I have a dumb fucking idea, chat. Although, here's the actual problem. Oh, I was going to say, is the frame rate about to go to 0? I'm just going to build a butcher shop right here and see if he'll kill the other vampire. I like how the other vampire is actually kind of happy because he's just been repenting the whole time. Rhythm, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you. Okay, who's the... Dewsome, you'd go join this squad, and you go stand right there. This is also the Queen's bedroom. We're gonna defile the Queen's bedroom, something horrible, let me tell you. I'm just giving it some more character. Yeah, some, why can't I? Oh, right. Okay, just stop. Get back here. I still had the thing checked. Hey, you're not supposed to go attend a meeting. I need you to go unchain that. Okay, fine. Go attend your meeting. Now let's make a... station there. Also, Castle Handles is a particularly good name. Are you conducting a meeting? Or are you just gonna go stand here for some reason? I see, you're gonna go yell at the mayor, maybe? At least you're being polite and waiting for the mayor to wake up instead of waiting in the same bedroom as the mayor. Okay, who's the second most pissed off dwarf in the fort? Zuglar! Zuglar, who just started tantruming and died. Well, rip that. Who's next? Kib. It's your turn. What is tits? Excuse me? It's a type of bird. I don't actually know where this conversation came from, so. Okay, so. Can you see that Tarn talked about his favorite Creed song? Yes. Creed is never gonna live down the fact that Creed's name is Creed. Quick hello before bed. You should stick around for a sec. About to have some drama here. About to have some real drama here. Chained Vampire is indeed in a fell mood. And no, this isn't Castlevania fanfic. Also, our gremlin has some acquaintances now. And is still just a dabbling socialite. I don't know where this dwarf is going, but... Can you not reach the location? Is this the problem? No, you can. Then... No, you absolutely can. You just need to go right there. Yeah, silly. All right, Dwarf, go up. Now we're talking. Where are you going? I told you to station right there. Oh, Jesus. The inner doors are sealed. Thanks, Captain Batman. I know this. The outer doors aren't. I'm trying to use it as an airlock. I don't know why I said Captain Batman. Captain Obvious is where I was going, but... He knows what's coming and is stalling. I mean, is he though? Is she though? Here's the thing. If this happens right, she won't die. There is a 50-50 chance she'll die, though. I want the vampire to kill the other vampire. I'm just using a dwarf. I don't mind if they die, you know? That's all I'm trying to do. My phone just vibrated and I don't know where it is. There it is. Oh. Come Come on. I did put them into a squad without a uniform, but... Come on, Dwarf. Hey, V. I wanted this to be a more straightforward process, but... Are you gonna go station now? Come on, please. You've got one job, Dwarf. I don't want to look at your reoccurring memories about trauma, because that makes me feel bad. What did you rethink? I'm gonna go feel bad if you die. Became more prone to stress, I think. See, now she's doing the... Dwarf. There you go. Okay, so I need this dwarf to go and destroy that and destroy that. And in theory, if this dwarf does this correctly, they're not going to die. Because they should free this vampire first. And then free this vampire. Okay, if you insist, Kib. This is horrendous for frame rate, by the way. Like, horrible. Okay. So now we've got a vampire. And a haggard vampire in a fell mood. And also a forgotten beast, which has fire, named Azok. It's a huge three-eyed maggot. It is fat. It is a bulging trunk. It squirms and fidgets. Its midnight blue exoskeleton is warty, and it probably browses 4chan. What would you like me to name? You'd like my weakest marks, Dwarf. Can I do it after this nonsense? They go for these normally, right? Yeah, it's just deconstruct and rebuild it. Oh, I know the problem. He's technically in a burrow. Oh no! Of course he's doing this. Where's that beast? Okay, well, it killed the other forgotten beast that's been hanging out here for a while. That is an ugly fucking thing. Holy shit. Look at that thing. It's like a sandworm. Looks like an armadillo worm. Yeah, I didn't see what it was called. Splat is where he going. Run away, Phantom. Okay, well. He ate Coolette. He killed Coolette. Didn't exactly go according to plan, but I tried my damnedest. His upper leg took the full force of the impact, it looks like. Works with Menacing Fury. You wanted my weakest Marks Dwarf. Okay, so basically, we'll just give you this one. Rhythm. Rhythm, Practiced Wound, is impervious to the effects of stress, is quick to form negative views about things, does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, has an active sense of humor and doesn't seek out excitement, isn't particularly curious about the world and isn't given to flights of fancy, and tends to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and is often nervous. Occasionally overindulges, bites her nails when she's bored, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, doesn't respect society, does settle into harmony without debate and strife, and finds independence and freedom somewhat foolish. The frame rate is terrible. And finds those who exercise power over others, has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and doesn't care about nature one way or another. Like shale, silver, and tanzanite, and giant hippo leather. And the color cerulean and rabbits for their ears, and the words of the Golden Gorge, and the sight of the velvet meadows when possible prefers to consume, tomatillo, wine, mung beans, and paradise nut fruits. And absolutely hates what? Absolutely hates lizards. And has no kills. Welcome to the fort! Where's my other vampire? Just gonna lock this door. Thank you very much for willingly going to that dungeon. Vampy. You know, I'm gonna, real quick. Letebe, thank you very much for those gifts. It means a lot, man. I'm gonna make this... Where's the library? There it is. The Diamond Homes. And this vampire can be a scholar. Begin observing, vampire. Ponder your social behavior. You didn't eat anybody, so I'm proud of you. Meanwhile, this vampire, on the other hand, just murdered somebody again. All right. Now we wait. This poor vampire. Doctor Strange loved that vampire on the next Hammer of Armok? Maybe, actually. Maybe. That would be a pretty good way to make him go. I think the last time I had one of these was the Haunted Fort, wasn't it? I think it was budgies dwarf that was turned into a, something. Weapon rack? Sounds right. I wonder if they have new sprites for bone artifacts. Because I haven't seen one of these in a very long time. No, it's just the one murder. He's begun his menacing construction. Or his mysterious. Was it an amulet? Yeah, okay, sure, sounds right. Selfulmeng Nakas, the dwarf planter, has created a dwarf bone greaves and offers it to the enjoyable knowledge. Grim. This is a dwarf bone greaves. Craftsmanship is, of course, of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of dwarf bone. And I'm gonna make, I don't know, who's, maybe just the mayor, Wolfist Wolf. Yeah, there we go. Crimes are being reported. This dwarf is going to go rest before they go back to prison, probably. Cool, that's been founded? Oh, eh. The murder of Coulette with witnesses. Man, I could blame Shrek. I'm not going to do that. Vampire. And let's see what the conviction is. 225 days in prison. Those are all of his disorderly conduct convictions from times long past. That's funny, actually. And has sunk into depression. Chat room! It's 4:48. I think that's a good time to leave it, actually. I've got some stuff I gotta go pick up. I've got, today's my grocery pickup day, so I have to go collect some stuff from the garden up the street. And I have an hour and 15 minutes. It takes me 20 minutes to get there. So we'll be streaming tomorrow, and we'll be starting a community succession fort. I don't know how long it'll take, but I'll be generating a world, and I will do the first 2 years, probably. Maybe a little less, but at least the first year. I don't know. I guess we can discuss this, but I don't know how my time restrictions are going to work, because streaming makes things weird. But keep an eye on the Discord for that. That'll be fun. YouTube folks, if you would like to come raid somebody with us, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, I will be shutting you guys down first, so you guys do you. Regardless, we'll be live tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific, here on Twitch, 10 a.m. on YouTube. VODs go up on the VODs channel. Don't forget to watch the interview I did with Tarn. And I think that should be everything. So, take care, YouTube folks. We'll see you when we see you. Alrighty, McGighty. I made it. It's a pretty good stream. Check, can I get a rating out of 10? I feel like today was very quiet, although it's been very quiet all month.